All right, Israel. Shalom, shalom, shalom. Hope everybody is doing Tawab. Good morning to yourself too, sis. Brothers and sisters online. Special shout out to the brothers and sisters out in the East Coast. That storm is hitting a couple people that come to our class, and our thoughts and prayers are out to y'all out there in Carolina that are getting this truth, in certain parts of Virginia that are getting blackouts. May the Most High look after y'all and bless y'all. I've got a couple reports that the lights have been out, but at least their homes are intact, and the water hasn't risen up, at least in their properties, and the weather is about to start subsiding. So that's great news to hear, and I just hope that everyone out there, we keep praying for everybody, make sure they're taken care of and they're protected, and just with that, our thoughts and prayers without you out there to y'all. Shout out isbhpk Houston, isbhpk Virginia, isbhpk Rochester, Cabo Cab, and Guatemala. I hope y'all checked out that class last night. It was pretty potent. Take the time. The time is short, and it's very important that we take every day serious, and we count the cost and make sure we're in the right mind frame day in and day out, because we don't have that much time left. We're talking about years, very, very small, very few years. But anyway, with that being said, we're going to continue on our Shabbat day and continue to push forward in Kings and Chronicles and keep going into the history of our people. It's very important that we know our history, so it'll be less apt for us to repeat the same mistakes our forefathers did.
All right, sir.
And so, without further ado, we're going to start setting up our prayers. Imagine, Mupanya, Yerushalayim. Just us. Just us. Rakta Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahshai.
Rakta Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahshai.
Hawa Nathan Lanao. Award. Zaywan. Tawada.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the light this day. Thanks. So be it.
Okay. It's perfectly balanced this time. You see that, right?
Yeah.
It's over there. Rakta Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahshai.
Rakta Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahshai.
Hawa Nathan Lanao. Rayach. Naya Chacham. Tawada.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the sweet savor. Thank you. So be it.
Imagine Wapanya Yerushalayim.
Stand up, face Jerusalem.
Rakta Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahshai.
Rakta Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahshai.
Hawa Nathan Lanao. Hashabat. Bashalom. Tawada. Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the Sabbath and peace. Thank you, so be it.
Okay. Psalms 121. Anashya, Ayanyamya, Hahaya, Ma'aya, Yabu'a, Isaiah, Yabu'a, Ma, Yahweh, Sha'aisha, Shemayim, Wa'aratiza, La'a, Yanathan, Lamawat, Regalia, Yala'a, Nawam, Shashamaya, Hana, Yala'a, Nawam, Wala'a, Yishan, Shashawamar, Yashra, Yahweh, Shemaya, Yahweh, Tazalia, Ayo, Yanyamya, Yad, Hashemash, Yala'a, Hakaya, Bayawam, Wala'a, Halabana,
Halabana,
Balayala,
Balayana,
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Yashmoya,
Yashmoya,
Makol,
Makol,
Right,
Right,
Yashmoya,
Yashmoya,
Napasha,
Napasha,
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Yashmoya,
Yashmoya,
Hawalakia,
Hawalakia,
Wabuaya,
Wabuaya,
Ma'aitha,
Ma'aitha,
Wa'ai, I will love. Amen.
Amen.
I will lift up my eyes to the hills, from which cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in, from this time forth and even forevermore. Amen.
Amen. Israelite Credo. Shema Yashra'ala,
Shema Yashra'ala,
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Elohayinu,
Elohayinu,
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Echad.
Echad.
Shema Yashra'ala,
Shema Yashra'ala,
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Elohayinu,
Elohayinu,
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Echad.
Echad.
Shema Yashra'ala,
Shema Yashra'ala,
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Elohayinu,
Elohayinu,
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Echad.
Echad.
Hear Israel, Yahweh our power, Yahweh is one.
Okay. Lord's Prayer. Abanawa,
Abanawa,
Shabbat Shemayim,
Shabbat Shemayim,
Kodash,
Kodash,
Hayab,
Hayab,
Shemka,
Shemka,
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Malak Vodka,
Malak Vodka,
Zaba'ah,
Zaba'ah,
Ratazaka,
Ratazaka,
Hayab,
Hayab,
Aisha,
Aisha,
Ratazah,
Ratazah,
Kawa,
Kawa,
Hayab,
Hayab,
Bashemayim,
Bashemayim,
Natalanaw,
Natalanaw,
Lacham,
Lacham,
Kol,
Kol,
Yawam,
Yawam,
Wasalachanaw,
Wasalachanaw,
Chawakinaw,
Chawakinaw,
Kasalachanaw,
Wasalachanaw,
Chawakinaw,
Chawakinaw,
Wala'ah,
Wala'ah,
Thab Ya'naw,
Thab Ya'naw,
Banasai one,
Banasai one,
Abo,
Abo,
Hawashaynaw,
Hawashaynaw,
Mayan,
Mayan,
Right,
Right,
Hayab,
Hayab,
Lakab,
Lakab,
Amalakwa,
Amalakwa,
Waha'ala,
Waha'ala,
Wahatha Pa'ara,
Wahatha Pa'ara,
La'ai Walam
I will love you.
Amen.
Amen.
Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth, as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen. Ten Commandments. La'ah,
La'ah,
Yahayah,
Yahayah,
Lakab,
Lakab,
Alahayah,
Alahayah,
Achoyah,
Achoyah,
Ayo,
Ayo,
Hanya,
Hanya.
Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
La'ah,
La'ah,
La'ainah,
La'ainah,
Lakab,
Lakab,
Fasah,
Fasah,
Wala'ah,
Wala'ah,
La'aibadah,
La'aibadah.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
La'ah,
La'ah,
Thalach Wachad,
Salach Wachad,
Sham,
Sham,
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Bashawa,
Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Number 4. Zakar,
Zakar,
Hayawam,
Hayawam,
Hashabat,
Hashabat,
Lakwadashwa,
Lakwadashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
5. Kabad,
Kabad,
Abaka,
Abaka,
Ya'amaka,
Ya'amaka,
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'ah,
La'ah,
Tharatizah,
Taratazah,
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7. La'ah,
La'ah,
Thana'ah,
Tana'ah,
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'ah,
La'ah,
Thaganah,
Thou
Taganah,
shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'ah,
La'ah,
Tha'ainah,
Ta'ainah,
Shakwar,
Shakwar,
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'ah,
La'ah,
Thachamad,
Tachamad,
Kol,
Kol,
Asherah,
Asherah,
Lara'aika,
La'aika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's.
Baruch Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai,
Baruch Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai,
Ha'awa'ah,
Ha'awa'ah,
Nathalanaw,
Nathalanaw,
Hathawarah.
Hathawarah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the law.
Okay, Israel Yeshavim. Take a seat. Alrighty. Just a quick recap from last week. We left off with Jadon, the prophet of Judah, that came down and prophesied harm and future destruction to Jeroboam and his family line, because he was sitting back here and reintroducing idolatry back to the 9.5 tribes.
And Jeroboam was the 9.5 tribes king.
Yes,
at the time.
Jeroboam was the king of the north 9.5 tribes. And last week we kind of went into how things broke up and how things fell apart.
I got it.
It's okay.
All
It's on the
right.
carpet.
Crisis
It's on the
averted.
carpet. All right, it's gonna go again. It's leaning.
Don't worry about it. It's okay.
Cool, let's go. All right. So Jeroboam, 9.5 tribes king.
And Jeroboam, 9.5 tribes king, falling walls, disorientation.
Yeah.
Now we get back focused. It's okay. No. Okay.
I got you.
Okay.
And we're dealing with,
We can readjust that when you get
based on his ability to be industrious, he was leading the 9.5 tribes to their labor in the kingdom of Solomon, and got uplifted to that position where he had a kingship.
Yep. And what he ended up
Based on
doing
his
is
works.
Yeah, basically
But
his
not
works.
spirituality.
Exactly. But even early, he tried to take matters into his own hands to assume power, and that was a recurring theme in his leadership. So what ends up happening is he's prophesied that his kingdom, that the priests that were committing this idolatry, they were going to get burned. Their bones are going to get burned on by Josiah. And then, Jeroboam ends up trying to say, get this man, bring him up here, we deal with him. And his hand turned into a little baby hand. We went into it last week. Point is, when Jadon disobeyed the Most High's orders, the Most High killed him also. And because the prophet Jadon sinned, and he didn't follow out completely his instructions, it fueled Jeroboam to justify him not changing.
So he gave a message. And then the message initially put fear in the heart of Jeroboam to the consideration that he was wrong.
Yeah.
But then he ends up disrespecting or not following the orders of the Most High, the instructions of the Most High, which are not to go or deal or eat in any house in this area.
Yep.
Leave a different way you came.
Yep.
And then he was deceived by the guy. The guy said, "Oh, I too am a prophet."
And the
Which he
Most High
was,
told me to tell you to come back up here.
but he wasn't really a prophet. He was a false prophet.
Yep, he was a false prophet, and ultimately he was trying to continue and maintain his power and influence with Jeroboam.
And
So
he didn't want to mess his money up.
he didn't want to mess his money up. He didn't want to mess that respect up, that clout, that influence. So now we get to the point where the Most High ends up singing Jadon, because the Most High had an expectation of him to execute his orders. And because everybody saw Jadon's death, it justified in Jeroboam's heart, based off of the counsel of that false prophet, to continue doing what he's doing and not to get the lesson the Most High had.
And push his guys he was pushing.
And that's just a lesson for us. It's a reason that we have to be blameless. Because when we're not blameless in our homes, when we're not blameless amongst men, brothers, and people that we work with in the truth, our lack of being blameless justifies another person why they shouldn't have to change their ways. So it's very important that we're on point, because it allows us to fuel. It gives the fuel and motivation for somebody who's in their iniquity to stop their iniquity.
Cover.
Okay? So that's where we're at, and that was the lesson. So now we're going to go into, as we're going to read, now we're going to start kind of bouncing from Northern Kingdom stories, Southern Kingdom stories. Northern Kingdom leadership, Southern Kingdom
So that's the end
leadership.
of the golden era.
The golden era was 80 years, bro. And it was really like, not even all the way 80.
Yeah. And Solomon cast off his faith real early.
Yeah. It was just stable for 80 years. It wasn't perfect for 80 years. Even David was messing up in his 40-year reign. Point is, so now the golden era is over, like that says. And now we're dealing with just different waves of different men and their ups and their downs. You're going to see Rehoboam, you're going to start seeing a pattern with the kings of Judah for a short period of time. And you're going to see just left-hand sidedness with the northern kingdom.
Yep.
So now we're going to talk about Rehoboam a little bit. Then we're going to jump back into Jeroboam and deal with his son and his sickness. Okay? But first we're going to deal with Rehoboam. So now we're going to go to 2 Chronicles chapter 11, verse 1 through 23. Zechariah, I need your espiritu.
Kariah, Shah Shabbatah, Banashah, Banyasha'ala.
Kariah, Shalom Shabbatah, Banashah, Banyashah. I mentioned, bro. Yahweh Hashem Yahshua Brakatah.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushua Brakatham.
All right. It's hot here.
Yeah. It is. Is the AC on, bro? I'll check it out.
The Kariah got. Check the AC, man.
It's not on, sir.
It's not on.
Can we cut the AC on?
Who did that sacrilege? I had it on earlier. Somebody
got
snuck it.
sneaky,
Somebody
huh?
snuck it off. Sneak fingers, huh?
It says on, it just wasn't in the right temperature.
Okay.
You can stay at 71, bro. What was it at?
It was on 73, but the room temperature was 72. So
It's got to be 71. That's the sweet spot. Right? 71. I'm telling you, especially on a long 4-hour tour, it's got to be right. Anyway, so let's do this. 2 Chronicles 11, verse 1 through 23.
Come. 2 Chronicles chapter 11 and verse 1. And when Rehoboam was come to Jerusalem, he gathered of the house of Judah and Benjamin 180,000 chosen men, which were warriors, to fight against Israel, that he might bring the kingdom again to Rehoboam.
So Rehoboam's pride was hurt. The 9.5 tribes rejected his deposit. They rejected his effort, and they killed his tax man, his levy man, the guy that was in charge. It wasn't just taxes. He was the guy that was in charge of the burdens. He was in charge of gathering the work crews to keep working on building up Jerusalem.
There was Judah. When they went to
When they were in Bethel, no, not Bethel. It was Shechem. When they went to Shechem, and they ended up saying, "We will have nothing to do with David. We're out."
Yeah, we're out.
But then right after that, Rehoboam sent his levy guy.
Yeah.
As if everything was all good.
Yeah, they just tripping now. They just being emotional.
Stupid.
They being blousy. Let me send my muscle over here and put it back in order. And they stoned him with stones that he died.
Sad day for that guy, bro.
So, that was when Rehoboam got on his horse and got the hell out of there.
Yeah.
He got back to Israel, to Jerusalem, and he loaded up his men, Judah and Benjamin. He had 180 warriors. And he was ready to sit back and ransack and claim what's his, so to speak. Right? Read on.
Come. But the word of the Most High came to Shemaiah, the man of the Most High, saying, Speak unto Rehoboam, the son of Solomon, king of Judah, and to all Israel and Judah and Benjamin, saying, Thus saith the Most High, You shall not go up, nor fight against your brethren. Return every man to his house. For this thing is done of me. And they obeyed the words of the Most High, and returned from going against Jeroboam.
Well, what this also proves is that the Most High is a great power, but a lot of times mankind gives themselves way too much credit. We gave ourselves way too much credit to give us the impression that it was my wisdom that made me want to push this situation this direction, or it was us coming together, the meeting of the minds, and we steered
Power.
our destiny, and we wielded the power, and the camp went this way, and the Most High honored this. Listen, what we don't understand enough is that even if a thought popped in our head that inspired us to make a move from A to B, who inspired that thought?
The Most High.
Who inspired that motivation? This is just like Esau right now, who you sit back and listen to these talk shows, Everybody wants to bring life and the world back to where, this country was at its zenith or its apex. And he said, we sat back here. We ushered in the industrial age. We ushered in all of these innovations in science and technology. It was us.
It was our
And if it wasn't us, if it wasn't for our influence, these people will be out here in the jungles, suffering and dying of malaria.
Yeah, throwing spears.
It's throwing spears and living in subhuman conditions. We have brought and elevated everybody's world to another level. That's the thinking of the powers that be. But what they don't understand is that even in that arena, the Most High gave them their power, gave them their seat, and elevated their understanding. He did it. He elevated them just like he elevated who?
Us.
Pharaoh.
Same way.
He elevated Pharaoh the same way, to where he was the epitome of a nation and structures and a kingdom and innovations in science. He brought them up just to bring them down. That's the point. And I think we have to make sure whether there's beef in the nation of Israel, whether there's disconnections, whether there's issues, whether there's ascensions, there's rise and there's falls, the Most High is in control of all of it. It ain't us. It ain't us. We got to make sure we stop giving ourselves that much damn credit. We're not as smart as we think. We're not as powerful and dynamic as we think. Anyway, so the Most High is talking to Shemaiah, the prophet. He says, listen, man, don't go to war. Ultimately, even though we know Rehoboam was brash, he was foolish, he was young, the Most High wanted this process to go along. You can tell because Solomon's policies was the beginning trigger point. It wasn't even just Rehoboam. It was the whole process where the Most High was allowing this situation to go down the way it was going to go down. And I think it's very important that all of us in our life can learn to look at things this way also. Can I sit back here and learn that yes, people in our life play parts to our situation. Most High brings people in our life to expose things about us. But ultimately, the Most High is still in control of everything we're going through. The Most High is in control of the wives and husbands that we have. And as frustrated as we might be about conditions, the Most High has us in a condition to work on something inside of you. And we can sit back and run and look for a match and a fit or a connection that might feel better. But when have we sat back here and ever learned the Most High is about us learning to feel better? The Most High has always been about teaching us a lesson about our character so we can grow and get closer to Him. Ultimately, it's still about that. So even in this situation now, we're dealing with Rehoboam, it was meant to be that the nations and tribes split. Because as we go all the way down, I'm not going to take too long into this, but even when we go to Daniel's, and I think it was Daniel's chapter 4 and 17. I think it's Daniel's 4 and 17. Daniel's 4 and 17. Yes.
Come.
Read that. Daniel's 4 and 17.
Come. Daniel chapter 4 and verse 17. This matter is by the decree of the watchers,
Which the angels, you know.
Come. and demand by the word of the holy ones.
So this decree is by the demand of the holy ones. Read on.
To the intent that the living may know
The living on earth need to know this fact. Read on.
that the Most High ruleth in the kingdom of men.
So now, the Most High rules in the kingdom of men. What does that mean? The Most High gave Israel a shot to self-govern. The Most High gave Israel a shot to be on top for 80 years. And what did we show the Most High in a small stint in our 80-year time? That we
weren't worthy.
We weren't capable. We weren't worthy in this regard. We were worthy to have an empire, a physical empire. We weren't worthy. We weren't worthy to be that city on the hill. Remember, that was what Solomon had talked to the people about when he was at his peak. When he was at his peak, when the temple was put together, and the smoke ascended down into the temple. and he was talking, he was praising the Most High, and the people were behind him, and he was communicating to them about the goals and aspirations of Israel down the line, and we were going to be that beacon and that place where everybody would kind of follow and aspire to be. Very soon it was shown and accepted to the Most High that we weren't worthy. We weren't ready to carry that mantle at the time that David and Solomon were at their peak. As a nation, we weren't ready. The leadership wasn't ready. We weren't spiritually ready enough to take on that mantle. So at that time, the Most High obviously knew we weren't ready. We couldn't handle it. And with that being the case, I'm sorry.
It's a lot of, even now when you look at the, even now when you look at the knowledge of Israel being on a whole, on a worldwide global scale, kind of everybody knows the Israelites from, if you were conquered, pillaged, raped, robbed, murdered from conquistadors and conquerors. The knowledge of Israel has spread globally, but there's still a lot of infighting now. Mm-hmm. There's still a lot of tribe banging. There's still a lot of camp banging about, well, y'all do this and y'all don't do that, and actually where it almost comes to blows, where you see actual Israelite people that have knowledge of who they are as a nation of people, and they're coming to contention and physical altercations on the streets, and it's like the New World Star, but Israelite style. You know what I'm saying? But it's that bad even today. You would think that after all these generations have passed, that there would be some type of unity and harmony, but it isn't. And so even back then and now, we're still at odds with each other.
And you know what the crazy thing is? That still goes back to the Most High's will.
Yeah.
Because Christ is going to sit back and have to bring us together. Yeah. Even in Deuteronomy 28, the Most High says, "No man shall buy thee." Nobody was going to redeem us. Nobody was going to sit back here and be one galvanizing force to keep everybody together. Our best time as Israel, and I've told about this before, our best time to be galvanized is at One West, when everybody was together. When the seven heads were there and everybody was united and focused and fortified, that was the one shot to be together. After that broke up and dissipated, and everybody had a different standard at that point. Everybody's standard was different after everything split up back in the mid-90s. Yeah. So what's my point? My point is this. Read verse 17.
From the top?
Yeah, from the top.
Daniel chapter 4 and verse 17. This matter is by the decree of the watchers, and the demand by the word of the holy ones, to the intent that the living may know that the Most High ruleth in the kingdom of men.
Once Israel showed that they weren't capable to rule this earth and spiritually lead Israel from the nation and the world from the front and be that city in the hill, the Most High started shifting his eyes towards the development and the rise of these other nations, kingdoms, and powers. And it started off, Kawaka went into it in Daniel 7. And when me and Kawaka went over a class a couple weeks ago in Daniel 2 about the four beasts. You have Babylon, the Neo-Babylonian Empire. And you have the Persian Median Empire. And you have the Greek Empire. And you have the Roman Empire. This is when the Most High started sitting back here and building and developing these other nations up. And giving all these kingdoms their opportunity to run the earth. Okay? Before what? Before he gives it back to Israel. Really the succession and the concept behind what I'm talking about is really talked about in Romans 11. I'm not going to go there right now. But we know salvation is rulership, power, and authority, right? And when you read Romans 11, it talks about the fact that because we couldn't handle it, we couldn't handle our position, the Most High sent these other kingdoms in to get their shot. But we were that natural olive tree, and these wild olive branches were put in that weren't of the same caliber and sort as us. What am I saying? The Most High is the one who developed Esau's innovations. The Most High is the one who built up the Babylonian Empire, built up the Persian Median Empire, built up the Greeks, built up their structure and their power core, and the Romans military and their policies and how they operated. And because the crazy thing is, the Greeks over time began more to tap into the mindset of imposing their religion and beliefs on the people. Romans were about their tribute. Romans were about their money, bro. You give me my money, I'll let you rock. It was that simple.
That's it.
Religion's religion. I don't need to deal with that. Just give me my money. Give me my money. That's all they care about. But the point is this. And then the ascension into Spain.
Come.
When the Spain's armada and their fleets, that was what made the Spanish and the Portuguese potent. Their navy. Then it went obviously to the French, to England, to Germany. All these countries had their shot, and the Most High put it in them, whether it was Germany. He built up their industrial complex. Just like he allowed Esau to build up their industrial complex in the United States. This was the Most High. This was not them. This was not their IQ or intelligence quotient. Because at another time, they were serfs and slaves under us. So it ain't about how intelligent or how smart they are. It was the fact that the Most High blessed them with the innovation and the understanding to take their kingdom to this level. So he can bring it to this height so we can smash it down. So, continue reading it.
Come. He says, this matter is by the decree of the watchers, and the demand by the word of the holy ones, to the intent that the living may know that the Most High ruleth in the kingdom of men, and giveth it to whomsoever he will, and setteth it up over it at the basket of men.
Basis, and setteth up over it the basis of men. So after we fell short, because we couldn't hack it spiritually, we weren't mature enough spiritually to lead the nations, and he allowed the basis of men and gave them the knowledge, and gave them the science, and gave them the innovation. Because you got to understand, what made Esau so much more superior than our people? It was his technology. It was his innovation. That is what separated him from the rest of the world. That and all the conniving and stealing and exploitation and robbery that came behind it. But it was the technological advances that were initiated from them that took them from here to there.
It's that sorcery.
It's the sorcery.
Yeah.
It's the sorcery. Even Kalka brought it out yesterday that Satan was allowed to give to the so-called white man by the Most High. To elevate this spiritually based man and elevate his kingdom to the top. So what are we still saying? We're still saying that none of us have the right to assume it's us. It's the Most High, and the Most High has uplifted all the nations and all the kingdoms when he saw fit. And there's about to be another kingdom switch soon. So, let that go. Just understand about the basis of men that were being elevated. And the reason, now going back to the topic at hand, this is why the Moses said, Rehoboam, hold your men back, keep that 140 back, because in the Most High's mind, it's time to split these guys up anyway. It's time for the nation of Israel to run their course and fade out. And this is what's happening. And this split is the beginning of further splits.
And the desire to try to preserve some.
What's that?
Preserve the righteous.
Yeah.
If both groups become men at the same time, you lose the opportunity to be righteous.
And you're going to see that. You're going to see what you're saying actually happen in scriptural form as we keep going on, because what you said is right on point. But the crazy thing is you're still looking at two different calibers of tribes, and they were both weak. It was just one set of tribes were more far gone than the other. And we're going to explain this. So let's continue in 2 Chronicles 11 and verse 5.
Come. 2 Chronicles chapter 11 and verse 5. And Rehoboam dwelt in Jerusalem and built cities for defense in Judah.
So what's happening is this. Rehoboam, knowing he can't go and go on the offensive to take out the northern kingdom, what's in his head?
You take what I got.
We got to sit back here and defend what I got, because I don't trust them boys coming out here and messing with me and my people. So let's set up and focus on defense and protection of our nation, of our cities and tribes. Read on.
He built even Bethlehem and Etam and Tekoa and Bezur and Shoko and Adullam and Gath and Marshah and Ziph and Adoraim and Lachish and Azekah.
So 6 and 7 were Judah cities, 8 and 9 were Benjamite cities. Okay, read on.
and Zorah, and Aijalon, and Hebron, which are in Judah and in Benjamin, fenced cities.
Yep.
And he fortified the strongholds, and put captains in them, and store in victual, and of oil and
I
wine.
guess we got to start storing some wine too.
Yeah,
You know you think we getting water and rice and beans. What about the wine? And you gotta have oil because that's what you fry food with.
Yep.
That was what they had the oil for. Yeah, that's what. It's a commandment. Anyway, so listen, it's got to be red wine though. That's my opinion. I don't let's mess around. White wine don't taste the same. Anyway, let's keep going.
Verse 12. And in every several city he put shields and spears, and made them exceeding strong, having Judah and Benjamin on his side.
That's not a bad. That's not a bad tag team. I could do all right. So he's getting them all solid and taken care of, and he's securing the cities. Read on.
And the priests and the Levites that were in all Israel restored to him out of all their coasts.
Restored. It resorted.
Oh, resorted. I'm sorry.
Read it from the top.
And the priests and the Levites that were in all Israel resorted to him out of all their coasts.
Listen. The Levites got the hell out of the northern kingdom out. There was no more need for them. Listen, Jeroboam was picking the basest, thuggish, ruggish bone cats out. Come on here and sit back here and be priest for Bethlehem.
You're a priest now.
Come. So there was no need for Levi. So what happened is Levi left their ancestral lands. They left those cities that the Most High allotted to them during the time of Joshua. That was a major situation. This was a major break and a major split. It wasn't just tribal. It was, listen, you got to come to the south if you still believe in God. That's what this was. If you still believe in the Most High and you want to keep your culture, you got to come to the south.
God.
If you want to get up with them other boys up north, it wasn't just tribal. Jeroboam was smart with how he did it, but it was the Most High who set this up. And it's crazy is he was setting them up for a fall. You're going to read about, if you do, you can read it on Amos and a lot of different other minor prophets that talked about the northern tribes. Initially, the northern tribes thrived for a short period of time, whereas Judah was kind of struggling and trying to get themselves together. But it was also like this false set of security. That initial thriving gave them a sense of confidence that they were on point and they were right. So all Levi leaves the northern tribes and they go down to the south and they just kind of lock themselves down as Levites and get settlements in that land. Okay? Read on.
Verse 14. For the Levites left their suburbs and their possessions.
And their possessions. Their land possession. Read on.
And came to Judah and Jerusalem. For Jeroboam and his sons had cast them off from executing the priest's office unto the Most High.
It's crazy, huh? So this is why. Remember, Kawakabe said this a long time ago. Remember down in 2 Kings 17 when the Assyrians ended up taking them out, and they sent them up to the northern kingdom.
Yeah, they sent them to Nineveh.
It was different parts like Haran and different countries up in Assyria. They had these two outposts. Point is, when they did it, remember, and they ended up sending some Ethiopians down there to Israel. Cushites. So then, what ended up happening? The lions was eating the Ethiopians and the Cushite people that were being implanted down there in the northern kingdom. So then, what they do? The northern kingdom did what? Not northern kingdom, but the Assyrians said, "You need to send some of the priests and go back down and teach people the way." The funny thing is, there was no priest up there. There wasn't no Levi priest.
That's why they said you need the priest to teach them how to.
But those were false priests because all the priests went down to the south at this time.
So
it was some poo-poo priests. It was a false priest. It was the basest men that were still priests that kept the religion of Baal that was up there in captivity. All the Levites did the Exodus now. And you had a couple hundred years of generations that led up to that fall. You get that point?
God,
so those priests weren't real Levi priests.
So because
they were imposters.
They were imposters.
Because all the Levites were still in the south, and the Assyrians never took over the south, just to the north. Just something to be conscious of when we go into further class in the line. Okay, read verse 15.
And he ordained him priests for the high places, and for the devils, and for the cows which he had made.
So Jeroboam kicked out the Levites, did open recruitment for Baal sessions.
That says for the devils, it says right here in my Bible, he goes.
That's crazy, bro.
So
it wasn't just the bull, it was the bull and the goat.
Yeah.
It was that Baphomet image.
Yeah.
There you go.
They were tapping into that.
It was bad.
The duplicity of male and female.
Well, if you're talking about the goat,
All those idol gods are about reversing the nature.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Whatever, that doesn't matter.
Yeah.
The point is, they're tapping into real sin.
It was real sin. it was messed up as they were tapping into sin, but then we're gonna read about Jeroboam. Is that he didn't have no stellar record either. Get your hand up, bud. You can't stretch it like this, man. I'm gonna call your name every time. You better stretch it like this. Like that. If you go up with something, I'm gonna hit you, man. Anyway, let's keep going.
Verse 16. And after them, out of all the tribes of Israel, such as set their hearts to seek the Most High, power of Israel, came to Jerusalem.
That's phenomenal. So Israel, some Israelites still have some heart, man. Some Israelites still actually love the Most High, Northern Kingdom, and left out. Hope I was one of those guys back in the day.
You know, it just shows that.
Hope I was one of those 9.5ers and went down south. I'm hoping I wouldn't sit back here like, I'm all doing that stupid stuff. Golly, Scripture says the spirit of the prophet is subject to the prophet. So
listen, bro.
Hopefully I went down south and hung out with the brothers out.
They have a picture in that book called America, and it's one of the first books that explores America did amongst the Native Americans, and they have pictures of the tribes in the ancient times when they first came to America. And guess what they have over there?
What's up?
They got the goat image out.
Wow.
They got the goat. The Native Americans are dancing in a circle, and in the middle of the circle is a goat out.
That's bad.
And that was.
If you can find the image, bro.
Oh man.
If you can, it's okay, man. But that's perfect.
But it's a bad day. There's a bad. It just shows that in antiquity, we were still worshiping he-goat image of it.
And that was after they all had a big meeting and said, this keeping it real with Baal didn't work out.
Yeah.
So let's go to America, to another place, Ashereth.
Exactly.
Don't worry about it. You ain't gonna worry about it.
Okay.
Let's go to Ashereth and do it right for the Most High. Because there are records of the commandments that they brought over too. So they knew the commandments, and they still wanted to dance with goats side. Not dancing with wolves side. Dancing with the he-goat side.
He-goat.
It's horrible, lad. So we got that, right? Let's continue.
And after them, out of all the tribes of Israel, such as set their hearts to seek the Most High, power of Israel, came to Jerusalem to sacrifice unto the Lord, power of their fathers.
So what's happening is, this is positive. You know, out of a bad situation, you at least, like even when Moses was like, listen, everybody that's with the Most High, you go over here. Everybody that's with Korah and Dathan, you go over there. And this is how the Most High kind of separates who is serious about pleasing the Most High and who's not serious about pleasing the Most High. And making that divide is important sometimes to determine what side you're on. So the line was set up, and the ones who believed went down south, and the ones who didn't stayed up north. Read on.
So they strengthened the kingdom of Judah and made Rehoboam, the son of Solomon, strong 3 years.
You're going to see this 3 years is kind of a reoccurring theme. So it was 3 years of rebuilding and fortifying the cities, 3 years of positivity, 3 years of being spiritual, 3 years of loving the Most High in Christ, 3 years of setting a positive spiritual tone in the southern kingdom. Read on.
For 3 years they walked in the way of David and Solomon.
That's what I'm saying. For 3 years they was on point. Oh, listen, Rehoboam reigned longer than 3 years though. So what happened after that? We'll find out. Read on.
And Rehoboam took him Mahalath, the daughter of Jeremoth, the son of David, to wife.
So what Rehoboam's also doing is keeping marrying in the family. Because he's sitting back here. Obviously, David is kin to Rehoboam. So he's sitting back here and dealing with cousins. He's still marrying cousins and keeping the royal family and lineage intact. Read on.
And Abihail, the daughter of Eliab, the son of Jesse.
Okay. So that's another one of David's lineage. Okay, one of David's brothers. Read on.
Which bare him children, Jeush and Shamariah and Zaham. And after he took Ma'achah, the daughter of Absalom.
And that was his favorite. Yeah, he actually took Absalom's daughter, Ma'achah. Read on.
Which bare him Abijah and Attai and Zizah and Shelomith. And Rehoboam loved Ma'achah, the daughter of Absalom, above all his wives and his concubines. For he took 18 wives and 70 concubines.
Yep.
And begat 28 sons and 70 daughters. And Rehoboam made Abijah.
Yeah, Abijah. Yes, man.
I don't want to say the, Abijah. And Rehoboam made Abijah, the son of Ma'achah, the chief, to be ruler among his brethren.
So he set the son of Absalom's daughter to be the one that was going to be appointed after him, Abijah. He was going to be the heir in waiting. Read on.
For he thought to make him king, and he dealt wisely, and dispersed of all his children throughout all the countries of Judah.
So what he did the same thing David did during his reign. He's sitting back here and sending his sons to be captains over the smaller provinces of Judah and Benjamin. So he had his sons, all of them had opportunities to work on their leadership. It's like David did with his sons, Absalom and his other sons. He sent them out to different parts of the country to kind of establish strongholds and establish, trusted advisors to how the rest of the provinces were going. Like vassals, but vassals with his blood. Okay, let's continue.
Come unto every fenced city, and he gave them victual in abundance, and he desired many wives.
So listen, they had enough. They had abundance. They had supplies. They're still living off of the store that Solomon had. They were okay. So he used the resources he had wisely for those 3 years, and was able to sustain a solid stronghold in the country. Now we're going to hold that and go to Josephus, book 8, chapter 10, paragraph 1.
Come. Page 231.
Let's do it.
Antiquity of the Jews, book 8, chapter 10, paragraph 1. Now Rehoboam, the son of Solomon, who, as we said before, was king of the 2 tribes, built strong and large cities, Bethlehem and Etam, and Tekoa, and Bethzur, and Shoko, and Adulam, and Ipan, and Marashah, and Ziph, and Adaraim, and Lachish, and Azekah, and Zorah, and Ajalon, and Hebron. These he built first of all in the tribe of Judah. He also built other large cities in the tribe of Benjamin, and walled them about, and put garrisons in them all, and captains, and a great deal of corn, and wine, and oil. And he furnished every one of them plentifully with other provisions that were necessary for sustenance.
Sustenance. You give me one scripture to add on top of that, Ecclesiastes 39 and 26. In a apocrypha.
Come. Ecclesiasticus chapter 39 and verse 26.
Go ahead.
The principal things for the whole use of man's life,
it said man needs these things to survive. Read.
Are water.
You gotta have water. Go ahead.
Fire.
Need to have some fire. matches, lighter, something, rubbing sticks. Go ahead.
Iron.
You need iron. You
Go to
need metal,
war to fight.
weapons, and also to cook. Go ahead.
And salt.
You need salt, preservation. It cures, man. That's also, salt is used to cleanse,
Yep.
to preserve. You know, salt is exfoliate. Salt has many uses. Read. Also for the minerals, for the salt, for the sodium you need for your body to function.
Good
Read.
sodium, man.
Yeah, good sodium. Hopefully there's that good salt too.
Yeah.
And
That pink
that bleach,
stuff, that pink
that
Himalayan.
bleach salt. Read on.
Flour of wheat.
You gotta have flour of wheat. Go ahead. Make bread. Go ahead. For carbs. Go ahead.
Honey.
You gotta have some honey. Go ahead. It's good. It's good. It's a superfood. Go ahead.
Milk.
Gotta have milk. Milk got all the necessary enzymes in it and nutrients that your body need. Read
Before
on.
they pasteurize it.
Yeah, before they cook. Yeah, they cook it out. You know? Yeah. But it ain't where it's dead milk.
It's dead milk at that point.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Go ahead.
And the blood of the grape.
And you gotta have the blood of the grape, man. Gotta have that wine, that vino. That's always good to have. You know what I'm saying? It's good. That's a blood thinner. You know what I'm saying?
And it's good for us.
Yeah. What they say? The grape has the resveratrol in it.
Yeah.
It's a good antioxidant.
Oh yeah.
Keeps you young, man. Keep you youthful. Just don't overdo it.
Yeah. 2 or 3 glasses, bro. Don't go ham on it.
Yeah.
Right.
Go ahead.
And oil.
And you gotta have oil. You gotta have some oil, whether it's grapeseed oil. You gotta have some type of oil
To cook with.
Gotta have it to cook with. Go ahead.
And clothing.
And you gotta cover yourself with something. You can't be naked and afraid in the wilderness.
So,
You know what I'm saying?
I don't know how they do it, bro. I don't know how they do it. I don't know how to do
That's
it.
not a part of life, man. You gotta have some type of clothing for the
Creepy cold
elements.
out there.
You know they got naked and cold now.
I didn't know that.
They're like they're very lightly thin clothing on it and freezing cold out.
For how much?
That's the new right there. I think they don't disclose money, but these guys be out here cold as you know what. And all they got is one little slither animal hide on. I'm like, this is not enough, B. My feet, my whole lower extremity is exposed. This ain't doing it, bro. And it's cold. Listen, they're walking on straight ice.
It's miserable. Bro.
It's miserable, bro. And a lot of times the places are so wet and the wood is so wet, you can't make fire when the wood's wet. So you're sitting here like, I don't think I'm gonna make it. I'm like, no, I don't think you are either, my dude. You better tap out, bro. Tap out. Listen, get that little walkie-talkie and push the button. Push the button. Say, I
Going
can't do
home.
it. They're like, I just feel demoralized. This feels so demoralized. Okay, then get out of here, bro. Anyway, I'm sorry. I watch that every once. Sundays, man, it be on, bro. 8 p.m. on Sundays. Anyway, they really do. It's in the code, bro. Anyway, I'm sorry.
No, it's something I want to bring out since you said that. Read this part right here. It says, if they should preserve us from the injuries, and he's talking about clothing. Read right, it says, and they should preserve us from the injuries.
I've got it covered.
Where we at?
We're
It's
in
Basilicon Duran, page
160.
160. Here's what he's telling his son about clothing. Go ahead.
And if they should preserve us from the injuries of heat and cold.
He said the purpose of clothing is not to show your body off and to be inappropriate with the clothing. The purpose of clothing is to preserve your body from what?
Injury of cold and heat.
It says from injury, from cold and heat. So it's a protective layer that you put. That's the purpose of wearing clothes. Not to catch somebody, not to use as bait, or not to be
There's no fun in that, though.
I know. You know what I'm saying? or to brag about the brand name that you wear.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's not the purpose of clothing. He said it's the protective layer that you put on for hot and cold. Go ahead.
Men should not, like senseless stones,
He calls them senseless stones.
Man.
Go ahead.
condemn the Most High.
He says this is how men hate the Most High. This is how you condemn the Most High. Go ahead.
In light line
And light line what?
the seasons.
By telling yourself when it's cold as hell that it's not that cold.
Oh, you talking crazy.
You talking crazy. He says
Light lining the season.
light line the season. Like I'm gonna act like it's cold as hell. Everybody got a jacket on but you.
So you saying leather in the summer and silk in the winter is a problem?
That's a problem. said, I'm light lying the seasons. I'm lying. Man. I'm not honest about the way the Most High made the weather, man. I'm not honest about it.
I'm dressing down in the cold, man.
I'm dressing down in the cold.
I'm dressing up in the summer.
I'm the only one saying it's not cold. Everybody else got sweaters, hoodies, and jackets, and I'm the only one saying it ain't that bad. He said I'm lying, and I'm also condemning the Most High. The Most High made the weather, so why am I trying to deny the fact that it's cold outside? Because there's a sense of pride that I get from me saying I'm stronger than the weather. I'm stronger than what the Most High made. If it's hot outside, you got a hoodie on and two shirts on, you're lying to yourself. You know what I'm saying? It's not. You say you're light lying the seasons. Go ahead.
Glory.
It said, but it's for what?
Glory.
It's for glory and it's for pride's sake. People will deny, they will lie about their clothing, and they'll try to be stronger than the weather, or they'll be inappropriate because it's about them receiving some type of glory.
Yeah.
You're not cold, brother? No, brother. It's not that cold. It's only 25. It's only 25. I'm used to this. I'm from the north. But he said that they're glorying what?
To conquer honor.
He says they're glorying to conquer honor. Go ahead.
On heat and cold.
On hot. That means that I'm condemning the Most High because I'm telling the Most High I'm stronger than your hot and your cold weather that you create. you can cut it from there. But what he's showing is men will do this and deny the Most High of his respect of the elements. Mm-hmm. And that's why I say you got to have clothing as a means of survival. You can't be lying to yourself saying it's not that bad when it is. But you got pneumonia and you wonder why you're sick. Well,
it's just a little cough.
Yeah.
It's just a little cough. It's all right, it ain't nothing. It ain't nothing.
Yeah, I'm used to this.
I'm used to it.
You know what I'm saying?
Idiot.
That's what he said men do for the sake of glory.
Yeah.
They'll deny the elements that the Most High created.
God.
But let that go. And you got it. But you got to have those principal things for man's life.
Ecclesiastes, yes.
Mm-hmm.
You want him to go there?
No, he's finished. He's finished with that.
Okay, so let's get back to 2 Chronicles 11. No, Josephus. It was Josephus 8, paragraph 10. No, I'm sorry, chapter 10, paragraph 1. Yes.
Did you want it from a certain point?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, what sentence?
He said when it said garrisons and captains, a great deal of corn, wine, and oil.
And he furnished every one of them plentifully with other provisions that were necessary for sustenance. Moreover, he put therein shields and spears for many 10,000 men. The priests also that were in all Israel, and the Levites, and if there were any of the multitude that were good and righteous men, they gathered themselves together to him, having left their own cities, that they might worship the Most High power in Jerusalem.
You know what it also shows, man? It takes a lot of faith out to cleave to the Most High. These guys gave up their inheritance. These families, not just the Levites, these people who stood for righteousness, they had no home, man. They were homeless. And they went down to the south in straight faith. I would rather be homeless and have the Most High by my side than compromise and be comfortable and forego the Most High. That was a strong statement that our people went through and dealt with for righteousness' sake, God. But keep going.
For they were not willing to be forced to worship the heifers which Jeroboam had made. And they augmented the kingdom of Rehoboam for 3 years. And after he had married a woman of his own kindred, and had by her 3 children born to him, he married also another of his own kindred, who was a daughter of Absalom by Tamar, whose name was Maachah. And by her he had a son, whom he named Abijah. And he said, he had made moreover many other children by other wives, but he loved Maachah above them all. Now he had 18 legitimate wives and 30 concubines, and he had born to him 28 sons and 60 daughters. But he appointed Abijah, whom he had by Maachah, to be his successor in the kingdom, and entrusted him already with the treasures and the strongest cities.
Now we're going to go We're going to make some quick jumps. We're going to go real quick to 2 Chronicles chapter 12, verse 1. And then we're going to go to 1 Kings. We're doing a little bit of jumping. 1 Kings chapter 14, verse 21 to 24. And you're going to see like this crazy shift in a short period of time, man. So we got 3 years of righteousness, 3 years of feeling good and smiling and doing things the right way and bringing priests down and being on point. Give me verse 1.
Khan, 2 Chronicles chapter 12 and verse 1. And it came to pass, when Rehoboam had established the kingdom and had strengthened himself.
Now listen, this is what happens to a lot. This is something that I guess for us men who are leaders of schools, leaders of families, this is something that we have to really take notice of. He's saying what? Read verse 1 again.
Khan. And it came to pass, when Rehoboam had established the kingdom and had strengthened himself.
So what does it mean is, what he's saying is once Rehoboam had eliminated the threats, stabilized the city, crossed his T's and dotted his I's, organized the city the way he wanted it to be organized, stabilized the nation, what ends up happening? We get comfortable. We get relaxed. Once things get peaceful, listen, a lot of us can operate when it's chaos and it's stress and the back's against the wall and the sky is falling, and then all of a sudden you can sit back and operate. You can operate with urgency. You can make the right decisions. You can stay strong. When there's peace and there's nothing really to do but stay on point, what normally do we do? We don't stay on point. Because once all the work was done, it was very similar to what Solomon did. When there was work to do, when there was a temple to be made, when there was a kingdom to establish, he was razor sharp with his focus. And then when things got easier, when things got comfortable, what did he do? He got comfortable and then he got lost and he started getting distracted. He started losing focus. And then he started making mistakes. For a man, I'm going to just tell you this, for a man, for a head of a household, you're only as good as your next what? That's a challenge, huh?
Yep.
The next challenge that you have to create. The next battle. The next obstacle.
You need it for motivation.
Huh?
You know, you need it for purpose. Because once you get comfortable, why work so hard?
Huh?
Why get up so early? Why stay up so late? Why do all these extra things necessary, and I don't have a reason to do it?
Yep.
And most men need a reason to stay on point.
Got it.
And if we hit the lottery, if each one of us hit the lottery, you know, we would see where a man's heart is at.
And this is why most don't give us the lottery. The lottery blessing.
It ain't good for us. There's got to be a little bit of element of starvation in order to keep us going. You got to
we
starve
go count
us.
to 2 o'clock tonight, you know everything's okay, Ak?
Yeah.
Or we gonna push it back for the next day, Ak? It's just human nature.
Human nature, yeah. It's to take the easier path.
Mm-hmm.
There has to be a little element of starvation in order to keep you sharp. Now, the Most High got to keep you hungry to keep you sharp.
And a better way to, not like I said, better way. Another way to explain it is to be hungry is to be in a situation that you don't have control over.
Yep.
Because that's what Rehoboam was doing. Rehoboam didn't know when or if Jeroboam was going to come down and set up an attack.
Yeah.
He had no idea. So because there was an uneasiness, he couldn't control the situation. He did everything he could to control what he could control.
That was fear.
Fear was his motivation.
But that fear, it keeps you on your toes.
But after all the walls were set up,
Yeah.
provisions were set up. Because he was like, I got to make sure, and you can just tell his thinking. I got to make sure all the cities, if they were sieged, had enough to sustain a siege until the rest of the tribes could come together and help.
Yeah.
He got everybody set up to where oil, wine, food, corn. You guys have enough if Jeroboam wants to come out and attack you.
You got shields, you got weapons.
We got shields and weapons. Everybody's ready to go. And then once everything was done, he's like, okay, now, what am I going to do next?
Shit.
Now it's acquiring wives.
Making babies.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
He was going half on the baby every day.
Every day.
He was getting comfortable. And then all of a sudden after that, that's not enough for him too. What's the next level? I'm just going to indulge into the flesh. Because the work is done. This is what we have to stay on top of ourselves with. And this is why we always got to make it about the sick, the next man, families. We have to keep that edge. And the way you keep that edge is you keep conscious of what everybody else needs. That's the only way to stay on top.
Yep.
Anyway, so let's read verse 1 again from the top.
Con. 2 Chronicles chapter 12 and verse 1. And it came to pass, when Rehoboam had established the kingdom and had strengthened himself, he forsook the law of the Most High, and all Israel with him.
And this is the sad thing. He forsook the law of the Most High, and the people that came to the south to serve the Most High got weak too. Once again, he brought great sin to the people. Listen, he was holding up the nation. He was holding up the people who were trying to live right. They were living off of his example. Just like us. Your family is living off of your strength. Your family's living off your faith. Brothers living off of our work, our faith. And we can't let our people down. Because if we crack and crumble, then the whole house of cards is going to crumble also.
People need a reason.
And but people need strength, not words and lies. They need strength. They need effort. They need dedication. They need to see the same person every day. It's essential. So, he forsook the law of the Most High, and all Israel fell with him. And we're going to hold this because we are going back to 2 Chronicles. But what I want to do is go to 1 Kings chapter 14, verse 21 through 24.
Con. 1 Kings chapter 14 and verse 21.
Yeah.
And Rehoboam and the son of Solomon.
No, and Rehoboam, the son of Solomon.
Oh, kind of, I'm tripping.
Use your finger, bro.
No, it just the words were separated in the name. I thought it said "am" and then verse.
This is going.
Yeah, kind of. 1 Kings chapter 14 verse 21. And Rehoboam, the son of Solomon, reigned in Judah. Rehoboam was 41 years old when he began to reign.
And that makes no sense because he wasn't a kid. He was 41 years old when he was talking shit to the Northern Kingdom. And flexing. He wasn't no 20. You think he was a 20-year-old dude?
You know he shows up? I'd say that. He shows that grown man, young, teenage mind spirit.
Well, or how about this? Oh, I'm gonna let you finish and now I'll say.
Oh, I was gonna say there's sometimes there are men that don't match their age.
Well, why? Why? Because this is the same thing that happened to David's sons. They weren't around. They weren't connected to people. They weren't connected to people. They were just in their royal quarters, smiling and riding horses and shit out.
Yeah.
And playing equestrian sports.
Children, they didn't have to grow up.
And they grew up not around the people. Because if you're around people, you can learn and understand how people operate. But when you're around just like royalty,
shit, you think everything's like that?
that's my point. This is about the people he grew up with.
The whole world's my
That just means he was just around a bunch of royalty. He wasn't around real people. It wasn't like he hung out with his 18-year-old niggas from the street and they were smoking and drinking. It wasn't that. He's sitting back here hanging around other 40-year-old men who were privileged and didn't know what it meant to have calluses on your hands.
It's true.
For your body to 8-10 hours a day lifting boxes and sweating. That was where his youth came from. Not understanding what work was. Real hard work. Dedication. Suffering. That's why his words were so callous. Because you sit back here and work a hard damn day's work, you'll have some empathy. You'll understand.
You know,
if you are tired, you'll understand what it means dog dead ass tired and you still got work to do at the house. There's more work. I got a counselor. Oh shit, I'm beat. I have nothing in the tank. But what was that?
But you can see why Christ was with the publicans and sinners.
Yep.
And not just amongst the elite of society in Jerusalem.
And this is why the Most High. This is why Samuel was like, you don't want kings. Kings are disconnected. Royalty is disconnected from the common people. And this is what he was trying to disconnect us from. That kingship spirit. Where I'm so on my high horse, I don't remember what it meant to be tired. To be burnt out. To need a break where I got to burn both things all the time. This was where Rehoboam messed up in the first place. For him to be king at 41, bro, what are you talking about? That's our age. You still tripping? My little pinky finger is worse than my daddy's loin. What kind of crap is that, huh?
Spoiled brat.
That's a spoiled brat that never had to do a damn thing in his life, huh? Just like David's sons were. That's why they were so disrespectful and out of order. They didn't appreciate him neither. All they wanted was next minute, I want the power now so I can boss hog on people. Because that's all they saw was boss hogging. They don't realize what David had to go through to get to the top. What he had to give up. David understood work ethic. He understood loss. Being out all them day long sheep herding. That's a grind ass job. Don't forget, Jacob was doing the same thing and he was passing out because of the weather. Remember that?
In the cold.
He was in the cold, in the heat, body beat up, grinding all them day long, doing the same job that David was doing. Anyway, these are just things as you're reading these concepts, you got to be conscious of. He was 41 years old when he began. He wasn't like 19. I understand if he was like 19, 18, and he felt intimidated, and he flexed. This guy was a 41-year-old man that just never understood how hard it is to get up every day and do your job in your household. Because these people in the Northern Kingdom had to run their farms and still go do this damn levy work. They're doing double work there to go home and deal with their families. That's insane. For extended periods of time. That makes sense? Alright. Verse 21 from the top.
Come. 1 Kings chapter 14 and verse 21. And Rehoboam, the son of Solomon, reigned in Judah. Rehoboam was 41 years old when he began to reign.
It's crazy.
And he reigned 17 years in Jerusalem.
So listen,
So he was
Scripture
stubborn
said,
for 17 years out.
no, he was up for 14.
Okay.
He was good for 3. So he was thumbs down for 14 years, bro. That's a long time of messing up.
He fell off real quick.
Yes,
That's the truth though.
yes, and that's
Because
you gonna read
in
the
truth,
Kings.
Men can be on point for a certain period of years, like let's say 5 years, let's say 3 years. Maybe sometimes brothers do the one that is magic 1 year. They're so spiritual. This guy's saint.
Dynamic.
And then they get to a point where they have a
They burn out.
mindset where this is what I'm not gonna go to.
Mhm.
That's what I'm not gonna listen to. That's what I'm not gonna suffer like this. I'm not gonna go do this. I'm not gonna submit to this. I'm not gonna deal with this. After a certain period of success, people have this click button in their mind. They think they're beyond having to still submit themselves, even though they have right.
You know what does that is knowledge. Knowledge puffeth up. You know, but charity edified. You know, but it's a lot of times men get that quitting spirit once their knowledge get to a certain point.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? They get to a point of comfort where I don't need to receive instruction. I can handle this on my own.
Yep.
Then all of a sudden, you know, who are you talking to? You know what I'm saying? I make my own decision. I'm my own man. You know what I'm saying? But then that's when they're disconnected from what their potential could be. They never know what it means to actually stay humble enough to let the Most High keep building and keep working on them and keep sharpening them as a man or a woman. You know what I'm saying? They get comfortable.
Yes, sir.
I think with that being said, sometimes as men, it's like we go over money as well too. If the money's not right, I'm not going to do the job. If basically if the money's not right, their mind is not going to be there 100%. They're always going to do it halfway to the amount that they get paid. Or I'm not going to do it all the way because, well, I don't get paid that much. You get paid that much, so I'll do the bare minimum because that's what I get paid. So,
That's facts.
Done. And like I said, and in our realm, the Most High is looking at who you're doing it for. The Most High always deals with the heart, the motivation. Why do you get up every day and give to the people? What is your motivation for doing what you do? The Most High deals with the intentions of men. And the Most High sets up, and women. The Most High puts us all through our handcrafted set of circumstances so He can determine who you're here for. What you're here for. Whether it's a woman, whether it's a man, we all have to ultimately make a decision once what our expectations are in the flesh aren't fulfilled. The question remains, and what am I here for?
Yeah.
Because a lot of times we become serving the Most High with the mindset that I can gain spiritually, I can achieve spiritually, and also achieve the things I want in my heart. But the Most High constantly challenges us to determine, are you only here for the benefits? Just like what you said, most people only work if they know there's benefits coming for them. But when you come to serve the Most High, He's like, I'm going to take away your benefits. And are you going to still be here?
And stall them out and slow play them benefits.
He's going to slow play the benefits on purpose.
Mm-hmm.
Until your outlook is okay with the condition, or you leave. So many times I've realized, even in my own life, my condition changed only when I accepted the condition I was in. A lot of times our desire to change and our desire to behave better is contingent upon my condition being better. But if you really understand the Most High, your condition doesn't get better until you accept whatever condition the Most High sends you in your life. And that's a concept most of us don't understand. If I'm angry, if I'm sad, if I'm dejected, then I haven't learned the lesson in order for me to get the reward. The reward comes when you can mentally and spiritually and psychologically accept what you're going through and see the spiritual lesson in it. Once I can see things in a clear spiritual way, then a reward comes. But a lot of us, our effort, our fight, we're going to not give until I get what I think I deserve. And that's when we go south. And that's when the Most High just prolongs our destitution. He prolongs our sadness. Because He's like, if you're not going to sit back here and be appreciative and happy with me just because I'm your father and I'm the one who guided you and put you together, then you're not going to get what you want. Don't forget. What did the Most High say about us in Ezekiel? He said, my intention is not for you to pine away. But you know what? If you got to pine away until you determine that you're going to appreciate me, then pine away. I'm not changing.
And the best example that I've seen was in Josephus when we brought out years ago, maybe months ago, I don't know, going into Moses giving his last speech to Israel.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, the intention of me giving you these rigorous, detailed laws from the Most High lets you so be happy.
Yes.
He said, I gave you these laws so you could be happy. I gave you these laws so you could have long life. And the people started crying.
Yep.
Because they've been fighting and bugging against the Most High the whole time. But the whole purpose of the law was for you to have the good life.
But you can't have the good life until you accept the limitations and the framework that He presents in front of you. That's what the law represents. The law represents there's a certain frame that you had to adhere to and accept. And once you can show me that you find happiness in this frame, in this construct, then I will bless you. Too many times, we're not content with the construct, the setup, the wife, the husband, the job, the condition, the situation. We haven't learned to see the good and the blessing in what the Most High has given us. And therefore, because we can't see the good, all we see is sadness and unhappiness.
Or the Most High blessed me with a curse. Because we've already heard
the curse.
brothers say, this woman is a curse. Like the Most High just hands out curses. Well, He does if you're a wicked man. He said, wicked woman is given his portion to a wicked man. But, what he's still showing you, you gotta, how do you view what the Most High gives you? How do you view it based upon the do's and don'ts. The Most High, he gave you conditions. If you will do this, you shall be blessed and rewarded. If you do not, you shall be cursed. You know what I'm saying? He gave man life and death.
Yeah.
But it's our choice to decide what it is that he's given us. So we can have what we want, but how do we view what he's given us?
And that's all I'm saying. If I can't learn to see how the Most High has blessed me through all of my conditions and every set of circumstances in my life and the truth, why would the Most High give me another blessing? The scripture says the Most High daily loadeth us with what?
Benefits.
But that's not, if you ask people, you give them a microphone, how is the Most High daily loaded you with benefits?
I woke up
What you
today.
see here,
I have my eyes on.
I'm breathing.
Wow.
I ate breakfast this morning.
Yeah, I can get that all the time. Get that. I get that.
I have a room to sleep in. Like, come on, that's all you got, bro.
We have the
I got a room.
We have the daily. We have like the 5 scriptures, and then we have 3 things you're thankful for.
Thank you for my food.
Yeah.
Thank you for the roof on my head.
I ate today.
Yeah.
There was gas in my car.
Thank you for the blessing that you sent to me today.
There was gas in my car.
Amen. But all these other issues in our life, we're angry, we're perplexed, we're sad, we're dumbfounded. There's utter sadness there. And all I can tell you is, if we as a nation can't solve that riddle as to how come I can't see good in my life, that's the answer.
Yep.
The answer is I have to find a spiritual way to look at my condition if I expect my condition to change. People always want something around them to change in order for their outlook to change. Your surroundings aren't going to change until your outlook changes. That is the key. If you want to find peace in serving the Heavenly Father. Okay, so Rehoboam was 41 years old, trying to flex on people like he was 15. He reigned for 17 years, 3 of them were good. We read that in the other chapter in Chronicles, 2 Chronicles. Read on.
In Kings or Chronicles?
Kings.
Con. The city which the Most High did choose out of all the tribes of Israel to put his name there, and his mother's name was Naamah.
So once again, you see how we have to start bouncing because there's certain parts of Kings that aren't talked about in Chronicles. We're going to read this. Read on.
An Ammonite, an Ammonitis.
So his mother was an Ammonite. Rehoboam's mother was an Ammonite. Read on.
And Judah did evil in the sight of the Most High.
Here we go. Judah was messing up. Judah started doing evil, led by Rehoboam in the 4th year. Read on, of his kingdom. Read on.
And they provoked them to jealousy with their sins.
They provoked the Most High with jealousy with their sins. Read on.
Which they had committed above all that their fathers had done.
Now think about this. He said Rehoboam did worse than his father.
Solomon.
That's bad, bro.
Yeah, Solomon had a track record.
Listen. First of all, Rehoboam still didn't destroy the temple that was right down the street.
Yeah.
It was 3 miles away. How many K is that?
That's 3.1 miles, 5K.
That's 5K. It's a 5K to the damn temple, to the bad temples, huh? That's not bad, huh? That's not a bad walk. And you can see, we talked about a couple weeks ago, that Mount of Olives was like 400 feet elevation, and the temple was 200. So you can see it easily. It's 3 miles away, the bad place. So as much good as they were trying to do, sin was hovering right over them, and they didn't do anything about that. Read on.
That's like watching your father die of liver cancer from drinking too much.
Yep.
And then you still put the liquor bottles that he had in a liquor cabinet in front of your children. Like, I'm gonna put the thing that killed my father on display.
Yeah.
And keep it on display.
Yep. And you know that's what he died from, huh?
Yeah. And I know that's what he died from. Not saying Solomon died from liquor. What I'm saying is we still do the same things in front of our children.
Well, let's put the crack pipe up there then.
Crack pipe, cigarette pack. You know your father died from cigarette smoking, but I'm gonna still put cigarettes in front of my kids.
I'm gonna still smoke cigarettes.
And I'm gonna still smoke cigarettes. We still do the same thing that we reading about now.
Do as I say, not as I do.
Yeah.
Junior.
Yeah.
Junior.
Junior, yeah. Now get out of here.
That's how we was raised.
Yep.
You know, in the 70s was no joke.
Go, you had to go back in the day. You had to go to the store to buy the cigarettes.
Oh my God!
And then you ask, can you keep the change? Then you know, can I get some candy? Keep the change. You know.
Keep the change.
Yeah, $2.50. Go to the store.
And you wonder why you buy them? Well, you buy them with those candy cigarettes out.
Yeah,
just
you
like
buy a
mine.
candy cigarette just
like that.
Yeah.
They go like this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, you wonder why you duplicate the same things that your forefathers
Same
did.
You should have a tobacco gum chew, by the way.
Yeah, but a Bentley chew. I was on that. I was like this.
That was good though.
Yeah. It was shredded gum too.
Yeah.
It was shredded.
And what's really bad about that, you hold the gum over into the side of your mouth, and you get cavities from holding the sugar
Oh,
to that
my
side of your
God.
mouth.
You were supposed to put it here, ma'am.
Oh yeah.
Now you
Yeah.
supposed to be right. That's where it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be like chew, man. Put it right here.
They did have a powdered gum in there.
It was Big League
they
Chew.
did. Well, no, they had a powder gum too. They had a powder gum in a can.
Yeah.
And a little can of
Yeah, like
that's-
Skull,
Like
Skull.
Skull. They did. They had a gum.
I forgot about that TV.
But they used to also have it in a roll.
Yes, it was
It was
rolling.
rolled.
That's bubble tape.
Bubble tape.
Bubble
yeah.
tape.
But it was just
They
like a little
never
can.
thought about
It was
that.
just like a can of Skull.
Yeah.
Copenhagen.
They was getting you prepped. They was getting you ready.
Yeah.
That's wicked.
That's so wrong.
Yeah.
Nah.
But we duplicate the same actions that our parents passed away from,
Huh?
and we put it in front of our children.
Huh?
It's not far fetched.
So listen. So you're saying that Rehoboam was worse than his daddy.
I don't know how he did.
Now look, you gonna read some bad stuff that was happening in Israel like after this side. Read verse 23.
Con. 1 Kings chapter 14 and verse 23. For they also built them high places and images and groves on every high hill.
It's a lot, bro.
Listen, he's turning up. After 3 years, he just
Not
starts
just
turning
one. Not
up.
just one. He's multiplying. locations.
All these hills. Where are the high hills? And let's put groves up on these high hills out. Read on.
And under every green tree.
That's crazy, guy.
Hey, this is the worst part right here. bro.
That's what I was. That's why I went here, at.
This is a bad. This is a good time for some people.
Yeah.
It's a bad time for others.
Verse 24, bro. Read it.
Verse 24. And there were also sodomites in the land.
They've always been among us, huh?
But this is what people don't understand.
Must
You
be
got to
mistaken.
do that to serve these gods.
They gotta be mistaken.
I'm gonna leave it at that. I ain't trying to sit back and throw out names of great leaders in Israel.
Leave it alone.
But you can't sit back here and serve these gods. Serving these gods and being a sodomite go hand in hand.
Because
This is the truth.
those guys deal with duality.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? A
What you're
double-minded
saying
man.
is duality means man takes the role of the woman. Woman roles like to do.
Yeah, the scripture says a man should not wear what pertains to a woman, and a woman should not wear that pertains to a man.
You talked to
And when you serve the guy Dionysus, right? I got this book that somebody stole from me. I can never find it. Dionysus, somebody stole my book, bro. Dionysus, the priest of Dionysus. If you want to be a priest of Dionysus, you have to tear off your member with a knife and bleed on the statue. And if you live, you are a priest of Dionysus. So
no comments.
That's the priesthood.
No thank you.
That's the listen, that's a real thing. So the question is, if we're tapping into devils, duality,
You talked about that goat. You talked about the goat, right?
Talking about the goat.
That Baphomet.
When you're talking to top, he goes. You're tapping into both
Male and
sides.
female genitalia.
Yeah, you're talking male and female. That's why they're pushing on a modern level. They're pushing the surgeries so much. The surgeries being pushed on our children in school, with or without your permission.
With your consent, yes.
With or without your consent. That's because on a mass level, that is just massively pushing the duality or the
Satanism.
spirit of Satanism, which is tapping into both sensualities.
So this is what, when it says sodomites, that's what it means.
Yeah, they
Just
weren't
to
just
sit
sitting
back here,
wearing
this
heels
is
out.
what was going on. It wasn't just, you know, like you see on television, they weren't just dancing and fire around.
Yeah.
It wasn't just fire and dancing out.
Yeah.
And it wasn't just the killing of children.
And they weren't born that way.
No.
They tapped into that God, and that God put that energy on them. So when brothers want to play with Jake and play with worldly people, all of a sudden, I don't know why.
And I'm gonna tell you what, along with all this incantations and sin, that agent or that connecting mechanism to open you up for that spirit was the drug use.
There you go.
So you had the serving of other gods. You were going against the Most High, but in the process of doing all this sin, not inhibitor, but what opened up the
catalyst.
The catalyst is the word. The catalyst.
Also, you need something in what you're saying to remove those inhibitions.
Yes.
Because naturally, that's why men, offer to buy a woman a drink.
Yep.
Or let's go out and let's have a drink.
Yeah.
I need something to lower your inhibition. You're naturally going to be like, I don't want to go that far.
Yep.
And when you're in your sober mind, there's certain things you're not going to do. But when you're intoxicated, you're not strong, you're divided, your mind is broken, you stop caring so much. And you're not using the same level of caution. And that's what them drugs do.
Yep.
Them drugs take away that caution that's naturally there for a person that would say, man, that's not, in my right mind, I wouldn't do that.
God.
So I'm now polluting that caution with the drug, and now I'm not as careful. And then next thing you know, you're in a compromising position.
Yep.
Many people put themselves in compromising positions because they let their guard down, and that's what the drugs do.
Hey, can I say what you're saying? And you're bringing the entheogens and the drug use, and there's also one little stage before that we read in the scriptures about a couple weeks ago, dealing with that people that have the fear of shame of men, the bashfulness of men.
Mm-hmm.
They want to be accepted by people. That spirit and desire to be accepted by people, because you just gotta be accepted. You're opening the door to these entheogens and these different guys and these different people that carry the mentality of these different guys. Because who wants to accept you? The cool guy, the gas station people. I'm not talking about all of them, they're wicked. The people
at Valero, watch out for the people at Valero! I'm gonna get you.
Those people, right? They're always at the gas station out. They're always chilling and stuff like that. And and some brothers in their youth would sit here. The truth is too tight and too rigid. I want to go to the gas station. What's the gas station now? I just want a smoothie. I just want to get something to sip on.
At 11:30.
Hey, you want a gas station at 11:30, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock? What do you want to get? I'm just thirsty. Then you can't find the brother. Where's this brother at? We got to drive a search party looking for people.
Yeah.
But you're with those gas station folks. You know why? Because they got whatever you need. They got that little escape that we're looking for.
Right.
And I want to be accepted. The brothers don't accept me, so they accept me. They like me. They're my friends. They think I'm cool. We entertain people because we're not confident in the Father. So when you're not confident in the Father, then you're gonna find confidence somewhere else.
Or I'll say to myself that those people, okay, they're cool.
They're cool guys.
Yeah,
right.
Leviticus Chapter 10, verse 10, real quick.
It's a door.
Yeah, I'll say those people aren't that bad.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? My friends aren't that bad. But,
Yeah.
But you can see the influence that your friends have over you.
God.
But you'll tell yourself they're not that bad.
Exactly.
They're okay people. Read that.
Leviticus chapter 10 and verse 10. And that ye may put difference.
It says you're supposed to be able to always put difference. Go ahead.
Between holy,
Between what?
holy,
Which is consecrated, which is true, which is sacred, sanctified, which is holy. Go ahead.
and unholy.
You're always supposed to put a difference between what's holy and unholy. What the nations want to do is blur the lines.
Yeah.
They always want to exist in the gray area
Yep.
between what is holy and what's not holy.
True.
And that's all that Satan did to Eve. That if you eat of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, you won't die. Your eyes will be open. What did he do? He took away the separation of right and wrong, do's and don'ts. That it's not that bad. And that's what these nations, that's what the nations are known for. They don't put a difference between. That's why you got a dual gender bathroom. Sometimes bathrooms with no doors.
Thank you.
No door bathroom with no doors. You got two genders in the same bathroom with no doors. Confusion. They exist in that confusion. He said you're supposed to put a difference between holy and unholy. Go ahead.
And between unclean and clean.
It says you're always supposed to put a difference between the two. Go. Let that go. No, read on, because it finished that verse 11.
Come. And that ye may teach the children of Israel.
And then you're supposed to pass this down to who?
To the Israelites.
To the children, man.
Yeah.
You're supposed to be passing this down. Listen, boys don't wear that. Girls wear that. Girls don't wear that. Boys wear that. Boys don't do that. Girls do that. You gotta be passing down these fine discriminant lines of right and wrong, these which are morals. That's what morals are. Morals are the ability to make a good and bad decision, or to decipher a good and bad decision. These are the morals that you're supposed to be passing down to your children. It said that you may teach your children, go ahead,
of Israel all the statutes which the Most High hath spoken unto them by the hand of Moses.
and that's what all the laws are for. All the laws are to separate right and wrong. All the laws are made to separate what's holy and what's unholy. And there shouldn't be any compromise in that. There shouldn't be no compromise. You had a question?
Yeah, there was a video I seen. There was two Edomites at the store arguing. One was the owner of the store, and one of them, he was dressing like a female. And he was like, "Nah, I'm a woman. I'm a woman." He was like, "No, you not. You a man. You are a man. You don't act like a girl. You don't talk like a girl. You talk like a man." And he was like, "We're gonna see about this. We're gonna report you." He's like, "Go on ahead and report me then. Go ahead." That was crazy.
He's like an old man. He's like 60.
Yeah, he was old, but
he kept it real.
He kept it 100.
Leviticus Chapter 10, verse 10 is what we
It was Leviticus 10 and 10, sir.
Yeah.
Well, people want to force the delusion on you.
Yeah.
And you have a choice. Do you want to? Are you in the spirit of acceptance?
Well, you know, this is where the
You bash
term liberal totalitarianism comes in. Listen, they'll sit back here and they will force
Yep.
their liberal ideas on you, and if you're not, your business gets affected.
Yep.
Your finances get affected. Your speaking platforms online get affected.
No more freedom of speech.
No more YouTube. No more Twitter. I've been on Twitter lately, and I can't count on my hand how many people got deleted
Sad.
by sitting back here and just speaking the truth. It's an attack on people that speak the truth now. If you speak the truth, you're getting deleted off all these major platforms. But that is the perfect example of liberal totalitarianism. They'll sit back, I got you 1 second, says they will enforce and flex their ways, and if you don't accept it, they say you're shaming this type of people, or you're attacking these type of people, then they will sit back and ruin your career. You'll lose your job. On top of that, yes, sis?
I was gonna say, you had mentioned, Daria had mentioned earlier about how the whole duality thing. Recently, I pulled up a documentary. It was on my YouTube about how there are a lot of people who have these sex change operations, and there's a high level of suicide. They did a whole this guy who I guess a 60-year-old woman now. He started off as a man. He regretted getting his sex change the day after he did it. Like,
You in a trick bag.
Yeah,
It's in the trash can.
yeah.
That piece in the trash can now.
Yeah, there's a high level of them who are completely regretting it.
Yeah. Yeah. And you know it's crazy, especially I mentioned it also how they have elementary teachers that don't disclose that they're talking to your child about the transgender situation.
Yeah.
And all you have to be is a little socially awkward, a little shy, a little insecure, and you can be exploited easily.
Children are the most susceptible to that because they don't know no better.
Uh-huh.
And you introduce it by way of cartoons.
Yep.
You introduce it by Daniel Tiger Neighborhood. You know, it's supposed to be the kid version of Mr. Rogers.
Oh, word?
Yeah,
What's it called?
Daniel's Tiger Neighborhood. They got.
I don't want to go to Daniel's neighborhood.
Yeah.
I don't go to that Tiger Street. Get the hell away.
There's certain things. If you don't watch the cartoons that your kids watch, you don't even know how they're sliding in and merging in their particular doctrine and indoctrinating your children with what the Most High said you're supposed to put a difference between. So you got to watch these cartoons because they slide in different variations of political agendas that they want to pass, laws that they're trying to pass, influence that they're trying to put in. You got to watch these. You got to watch the cartoons, and you got to let it be known you can't watch that no more. That ain't never coming on.
Hell no.
That's never coming on because they got an agenda to manipulate the children. Because of course, you know, children are easily manipulated.
Especially when they've learned to isolate that communication at school, and they're not disclosing what's being taught in school to the parents. When you get a chance, also look at libs of TikTok. Libs of TikTok, LIBS of TikTok, and they will this Twitter and YouTube also. They just sit back here. What this person does is really hilarious.
I love them.
Listen, all they do is take clips of
The craziest.
of these teachers. Most of this quote unquote movement is being pushed in the elementary and kindergarten levels. And they'll sit back here and they'll take clips of other people's Twitter comments and they'll sit back and post it on his, I don't know if it's a he or a she, I don't know, but they'll put it on Libs of TikTok, and what ends up happening is they're telling you, yeah, you know, I don't tell my parents that we're going to push this agenda. You know, this is our flag here, and you know what, I teach the kids about the pronouns, and I let them know they don't have to be, if they're a he, they don't have to be known as a he. You know, kids, they don't know no better, so they want attention. So if this person gets a lot of attention because they said, I want to be she and they, then what's the other kids going to want to do?
Me too.
I want to be she and they too. Because if that person's getting attention, then let me get attention. He says, this is how I do things. And I don't tell the parents. And they'll sit back here and they'll show teacher after teacher, psychologist after psychologist. Can you think about going to the school counselor?
It's over.
And this school counselor is working on your brain and telling you, you know what, maybe you're just not comfortable talking to girls because you like guys. You know how many young boys out here just are uncomfortable talking to women? And it takes them time to do that. It takes them years. You can catch a scary, unconfident person slipping easy. Young girl too. That's not confident in her look and her body. Maybe that's just not for you. Maybe you should call yourself a he, him. It's so demonic how they separate the school curriculum and the counseling and the information away from your home. And then our people already have fractured homes anyway. We already have single parent homes anyway. And if you're in a single parent home, that parent's never at home. So who's going to raise the kid? Now we had He-Man and cartoons and shit to raise us.
TV.
They got this crazy leftist movement to train and teach them. This is what's going on right up under our noses.
Yeah, we didn't know Bert and Ernie was that way either though. Till later on.
I just thought he would always go to Bert's house.
Yeah.
And they were just chilling.
They sleep in the same room.
I didn't realize that, bro.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that.
They bathe in the tub together.
Oh.
Rubber
Yeah, I
ducky,
didn't pick that up.
you're the
And
one.
Big Bird with the boys changed, transgender. I found out.
They were trying to do it down the line.
It wasn't potent enough.
Yeah.
Yes,
What?
Big Bird.
Yeah.
I didn't even catch that until later. I was like, I used to always be up there. Hey, CD, remember that Big Bird is out?
I said the Grouch was okay though, right? That was my dude.
I like Cookie Monster. He's a foodie.
The Grouch.
The Grouch is my dude.
The Grouch. Grover was my guy. I like Grover.
And see, all the time it was right under our nose.
Oh, he was my guy. Hey, Bird.
The Count
I'm
Red.
really, really tired right now.
Yeah, they
It was high, probably. Yes, sir.
Yeah, with what we're talking about, I actually watched a video a little while back, and there was this young lady on there, and she was saying how she had started the hormonal therapy to become male. But after a while, she said that once she stopped dealing with that community, she said she realized what she was doing was wrong.
Yeah.
And then when she went back and started letting people know that she's decided to be a woman, they ganged up on her. They completely turned against her.
I've seen it before in real time. We had a client, and if I want members, the dude at River Center Mall, cookie shop, he was kind of very super effeminate, and week by week we'd talk to him, and he ended up saying, this is why I became like this. And then we counseled him.
He had dark hair?
Dark hair, Issachar dude.
Yeah.
And he said, listen, man, that's why you know the cookie.
I went through this situation when I was young.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then he ended up saying, and we taught him what love was. When we taught him what love was, all of a sudden you look up, start scruffing up. his skin started getting rugged up. Started walking like a regular person. It's like a spell came off of him. And then and then we didn't try to convince him. I'm like, is this what you are? So be it, bro. But I can't make you not be that way. And then we just told him some knowledge. And then he's like, you know what? I told my friends I just don't want to be it anyway. They're like, no, don't. What are you doing?
You're selling out, man.
No, what are you doing? I said, bro, I just don't want to be this way anymore. I'm just done. What's wrong with you? And then
You're a poser, man.
his friends started hating him. Then he had a girlfriend.
And that's what she said. She said, like, everybody that she was dealing with.
They
Like,
rejected him.
But they'll talk.
So they're not inclusive.
But they'll say the same thing about. They'll attack you for shaming them.
Right.
But then they will sit back here and put pressure on you if you don't align with their beliefs.
They'll shame you. They're not inclusive. They have a hypocritical doctrine.
Yes.
Yep.
And so we're doing a
Liberal
spiritual.
totalitarianism.
We're doing a spiritual war. And the spiritual war is: are you arming your children? Are you like Sean always bring out? Are you attentive to the programming and entertainment that they're tapping into?
You know that hormonal therapy. Think about how bad for women that understand this. Men we don't, but as far as for women, think about how bad birth control pills wreck your body.
That's real.
Oh, yes.
You know that
You know what I'm saying?
before they cut you.
You get beards. Women, you see sisters that 20 years old with beards. That because the hormones, the anti-progesterone or the anti what's that other
Right.
testosterone?
Right.
No, not testosterone.
Estrogen.
Estrogen. The damn estrogen that be wrecking the estrogen levels, throwing them, spiking them, and bringing them down. Their mood swings. Their bodies going through change. Their body gets bloated. They gain weight. The weight that they can never get off. I mean, all kind of things start happening with some. That's just with some what you call them pills.
It's a light in comparison to
And
the other
that's
ones.
minor.
But then you got
compared to
chemical
what-
castration. What they do, you know they do that too. Is when you prep to go into your next phase, they actually give you pills and medicine to chemically castrate.
It's the same
to
pill they
take
give
away.
horses,
Huh?
right?
I don't know about horses, but they give you these pills or these drugs to where they take away any inhibition to feel anything.
So
Listen, it's crazy. I'm sorry. It's just I thought about that when I was talking about that. I was messed up.
it's over.
This place is messed up. So back to the point about verse 24, because we're getting kind of late. We gotta get at least 3 chapters in a day or something. But at least 2.
Well, that spiritual, that sin, the negative, worse than his father, worse than Solomon.
Yep. And I was gonna say, reading this, I was in the restaurant. I was thinking about it. When it says there were also sodomites in the land, what it's saying is, because for those of us who've studied this concept, you know that on a ritual level there was a sodomite nature going on. What this is saying is they took that sodomy to everyday life out. They took it to everyday life out. Listen, we already know if you were serving these other guys, you know what the hell you had to do.
Right.
We understand that, and that was just on the spiritual level to adhere to these gods. It got to the point where they was walking the streets now.
Except
It was just openly, this is what I am. That's how the degradation and the breaking down of the nation started eroding even worse. This sodomy was going on just every day, bro. It wasn't just a spiritual sacrifice, whatever gods it was into.
it's a sign of the collapsing of society when the traditional method is not adhered to.
And you can see this is how it got worse in Solomon. And now the people in the city were doing it. Just doing it.
You know,
they were just into the act.
You know, you look at when Saul went to the witch of Endor, she was afraid because she knew that the decree went forth that all the witches were supposed to be put to death.
Mm-hmm.
There weren't supposed to be no witches.
Yep.
You know, but just like even also back then, if a man was caught lying with another man, they both were to be put to death also.
Yep.
That wasn't supposed to be something that was just allowed and to walk freely down the street.
Can I say what you're saying? Now I've heard reports from older people that in slave times and also just time when we were being at war with Esau, that when Judah had kids that were dealing with that sodomy, that they would have to take them out. They would have to kill some of their sons that if they entertain that spirit, because they said we can't let them be a hindrance to the family, to where the family breaks down because they're weak. Because they had to physically fight Edomites. They had the clan come at them, try to keep their property. So even in, I guess like the 1930s, 40s, I've heard even all the way to the 50s and 60s, that when Esau was riding on Jake, they had to maintain strong sons, and if the son wasn't strong, they had to let him go. They had to take him out. because he was a hindrance with that same spirit. It's just showing that spirit invites weakness into the society.
Yeah.
It's a sign of weakness also.
It's a sign of weakness. No.
It's a sign of weakness. That the morality of the people has been, and society has been compromised. Because now there's no difference between right and wrong. Anything goes. In an anything goes society, that's not a strong society. That's a weak society.
That's facts.
You know what keeps North Korea strong? Because they all got the same mind frame.
Yeah.
You know?
The same dance.
They got the same dance.
The North Korean dance.
Yeah,
Huh?
North Korean Winter Olympic dance. They all speaking the same thing, bro. That's what strength is. Everybody speak the same thing.
No doubt.
But in Daniel he said that in that last kingdom is going to be iron mixed with miry clay, and we know that clay and iron don't mix. It doesn't mingle.
Yeah. So let's get it on. Verse 20. Well, we need another person reader. Let's go. Ahmad.
Ahmad, Shal Shabbatah, Ban Yasharallah, Ban Yahawada.
Ahmad, Shal Shabbatah, Ban Yahawada, Ban Yasharallah. Ahmad, bro. Yahweh Hashem Yashabakatah.
Yahweh Hashem Yashabakatam.
Alright. Okay, read 24 again, and then we're gonna jump back to Josephus, book 8, chapter 2. Then we're going to hit up Chronicles. Yeah.
One more time.
1 Kings 14 and 24.
1 Kings chapter 14, verse 24. And there were also Sodomites in the land, and they did according to all the abominations of the nations which the Lord cast out before the children of Israel.
Done. Oh, so we're going to let that go. Now go to Josephus, book 8, chapter 10, paragraph 2.
And book 8, chapter 10, paragraph 2, line 251.
Okay.
Everybody get there.
Let's do it.
Book 8, chapter 10, paragraph 2. Now I cannot but think that the greatness of a kingdom and its change in prosperity often become the occasion of mischief and of transgression to men.
Exactly.
Yeah, what's that saying?
What he's saying is he understands that when a kingdom dissolves and breaks down from a great level to a weak level, it's based on the transgression of men, and it's going to go into saying specifically leadership. Read on.
For when Rehoboam saw that his kingdom was so much increased, he went out of the right way.
Once things were comfortable, once he got comfortable, he went left. Read on.
He went out of the right way unto unrighteous and irreligious practices.
Mm-hmm.
Irreligious, meaning this
Anti-religion, the religion of our forefathers.
And he despised the worship of the Most High.
That's even worse.
And that's what we talked about, I believe a Monday ago, or maybe we talked about during the we had a couple classes talking about you can't sit here and have an ill perspective of your own personal life, because that ill perspective of your own personal life is really a subtle way of being angry at the Most High.
Mm-hmm.
So if we're mad at our life, we're mad at our brothers and sisters, we have to finger at people. If we're not getting clarity in the scriptures and not going back and counseling and actually seeing how we could have fixed the situation or getting the Most High perspective, then we become those same people he's talking about.
Okay.
Is that point again?
God,
The same point. One sentence.
he went out of the right way unto unrighteous and irreligious practices, and he despised the worship of the Most High, till the people themselves imitated his wicked actions.
I want to pull one verse, Ecclesiasticus 10:2. Ecclesiasticus 10:2 in the Apocrypha. It just kind of connects when it says, when he got to it where he despised serving the Most High, and then the people who came to Judah and came to the south to serve the Most High, they ended up despising the ways of the Most High. Read that verse, Ecclesiasticus 10:2.
John,
You got it.
Go ahead.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 10 and verse 2. As the judge of the people is himself, so are his officers. And what manner of men the ruler of the city is, such are all they that dwell therein.
He's telling us, the scripture's telling us the importance of leadership. The importance of leading from the front.
Just a question.
Who had their hands up? I didn't see it. Oh, I'm sorry, sis. How can I help you?
So when he started going left from the Most High, everybody else started going left also?
Exactly.
Oh, okay.
So when he started going left, he started despising the service of the Most High. The people started despising the service of the Most High. I've seen it. It's Ecclesiasticus 10:2. I've seen it with my own eyes. That when leadership didn't take coming to class every day serious, guess what happened? Class attendance started dropping. If we don't take teaching serious, we don't make teaching a priority and important, the people won't come either. That's just a fact. And if we can see that on a small level, just think about what would happen if we just did what the hell we want to do when we want to do it. Then it's just a difference of your preference of sin versus my preference of sin. Everybody gets to do what they want to do. Everybody wants to pick and choose what they want to commit themselves or not to. And that's where the sin rises and gets even worse. So when Rehoboam sat back here and after he fortified and protected his self-interest and covered himself, then it was about his lust. And when it says that he despised the Most High, that just means you can't love, he says you can't love the Most High and Mammon, right? So if you hated the Most High, you love the flesh.
Yeah.
And that's all he did.
That's true.
Him hating the Most High, meaning he just indulged in the flesh. And he loved the flesh. And the people followed suit. They disregarded the Most High and they followed their pursuit, their physical, carnal pursuits. And this is what happened. This is how a society breaks down from within. Let's continue.
Come on, back in Josephus, line 252, paragraph 2. It says, "For so it usually happens that the manners of subjects are corrupted at the same time with those of their governors." What he's just saying is the people start to follow the habits of their leaders.
True.
They start the things that and this is why we always tell young men coming up in the truth. We tell people, even fathers, the things that you choose not to fight in your spirit, guess what happens? That becomes a battle for the rest of your family. If you don't fight things in you, those things you choose not to fight, the people around you choose not to fight. If you don't fight it, that means you're saying it's not important. What this statement in Josephus is explaining is the power of example. The power of people needing to see you be strong. Because as much as we teach independence and we teach spiritual fortitude, when I say independence, we teach the spirit to fight your battle and we try to exhort people to be the best they can be.
Be self-motivated.
But that's what I mean, the self-motivation. As much as we teach that and we try to empower our people with that mindset, this statement just proves that most people need a physical reason to do it. Most people need a physical person to inspire them to keep fighting. And most people aren't strong enough to just sustain and hold on to living the right way because it's the right way to do it.
Because they see and they heard and they know what the book says. So I'm going to do it because I read in the Bible.
Exactly. Most people aren't strong enough for that, so they need to see a strong example every day. Be that living embodiment of fighting, and that's why Christ sat back here and always stayed with the sinners and the publicans. He stayed with the people who needed to see strength. he was strong so that others could feed off of his strength.
It says one sinner destroyed much good. So it only takes one person going astray to influence a majority. A little leaven leaveneth the whole lump. So it only takes one bad example, and people are they're locking into that bad example. They're focused in and following that bad example. So it doesn't take much influence at all to distort the population.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Why does it not
And,
work?
you know,
Yes,
Does
sis?
it work the contrary way? Like, why is it that the negative has to be such a big influencer? How is it not like I forget something that I always conflict with, like it's like the negative seems to have more power.
You know what? Okay.
I was gonna say this. I would say because when you introduce negative, then a person is no longer whole, or they're now broken. Whole means undivided, or which means they're strong. But when you introduce negative, then you're weakening the person, and you're allowing them, and they're more open and easier to be controlled when you've broken their strength. And their strength is being, the scripture say the righteous are as bold as a lion. It said clean hands make a man what?
Stronger.
Stronger and stronger. So when you pollute somebody's hands, you pollute their hands by polluting and introducing a different way, a custom of life that is it makes them vulnerable and easier to manipulate. It's like a pimp. A pimp can't pimp a strong-minded woman who knows her value. She won't degrade herself to those levels. But when a woman is homeless, she's been told she's nothing all her life, she's already struggling, she's already been rejected by people around her, she doesn't have any morals, she doesn't have anybody around her to think appropriately for her, she's prime bait for a pimp. She's prime bait because she's fractured, she's broken, she's easily controlled, she's easily manipulated, because she's already in that broken down state of mind. But you know, you got somebody that's strong and confident about who they are, you can't pimp them like that. And this is why for a nation of people, it's good to keep, as if I'm a nation, if I'm a leader of a nation, it's good to keep the people divided and broken, because we can introduce recipes, we can introduce laws, we can introduce answers, order out of chaos. We can introduce a new way of life or a remedy or solution to your problems. Now we can say you just need more jobs. That's going to solve your problem. You just need more police force, because that's going to solve your problem. You need bigger ghettos, because now that's going to solve your problem. So now we get to decide, because you're broken, you can't think for yourself. So we get to decide what type of what type of control you should have, versus somebody that's strong. They don't need what you have to offer. And I say that because that's what we normally see with our people. When back in the 60s, Thomas Sowell always talks about this, how we were better as a people before integration. When it was our people amongst our own people, the culture was better, the neighborhood thrived. You had Tulsa, Oklahoma, for example, Black Wall Street. You had different communities across the United States that were thriving amongst themselves, that was doing well. They knew how to provide for themselves. There wasn't an issue with broken homes. wasn't a big issue. But when you start separating people out of house and home, and you start giving them freedoms and liberty, that actual freedom and liberty it cost them their strength. It cost them their sanity. Now you separate the black home, and also you start dividing up districts. Well, we're going to start these people in this district. They're going to have to get bused to the other side of town. Now they're getting bused with some other kids that they don't understand. Now you expect them to do good in school. Just like Thomas Sowell said, you take a scholarly black child and put them in an all-white top university, Yale. They're not going to do so well, but they were in the top 10% of their community, not top 10% of their other people's community. So their confidence isn't there. He said, but if they would have stayed amongst themselves, they wouldn't have been such low test scores and low test grades. And he could explain it better than I can, but what he was saying is that when you take somebody out of their environment and you force them to live in other people's environment, you fracture them and you weaken them, and they're easily susceptible to vulnerabilities of being overran by power, by authority. You know what I'm saying? By control. You can't pimp a strong mind. You can't pimp somebody or manipulate somebody who has rock solid morals. And that, I would say, that's the reason why negative is pushed so frequently, because it distorts the strength of the people.
Could that same, if you will, equal balance of positive? Take like you give an example with the young man who was at the cookie shop, and that dose of positive, not intentional or not, but it caused him to have a realization that pulled him back over to a positive side. Could that dose of positive also be used?
The answer is yes, but it takes a heavy dose.
Okay, so it has
And it takes a constant, steady dose in multiple areas of your life. Because we see the power of rehabilitation, but in order for rehabilitation to truly work, you have to be around a lot of positive and a lot of strength. And then that person has to choose to hold on to the positive. For this reason, Ecclesiasticus 17 and verse 16. Ecclesiasticus 17 and verse 16.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 17, verse 10.
No, 16.
16. Every man from his youth is given to evil.
You have to understand, our people, even during these times, from your youth are given to evil. So it's so much easier to incline to the left-hand side than it is to stay strong. This is why leadership and leading from the front and being an example is so important, because it's very easy to get weak. Everybody wants to get weak. Everybody is looking for a break, an excuse to not fight, and serving the Most High, following the law. Hell, it's not easy for most people just to stay positive, to see the good in life. That is like a life battle for people. To train my mind to see good, even though there's obvious bad. Because to truly understand how to tap into being spiritual, can I see 15% good and be happy and not harp on the 85% that's not? Because that's really what it takes to stay connected to Heavenly Father, regardless of whatever your perceived percentage of bad to good in your life ratio is. And you ask different people, it could be 90 bad, 10 good, 50 good, 50 bad. Regardless of what you might see, can I hold on to the good? Can I train my mind to see the good in my circumstances? Because that's what the greats did. That's what David did. He's sitting back here in caves, people after his life, and he's sending prayers to the Most High, praising Him for all the things He's done for him. A carnal person,
why am I doing this?
Let me get the hell out. I might as well just kill myself. My life is over. I don't want this guy to snatch me up. It's over if he catches me.
Samuel lied. I'm not going to be the king. It's a lie.
Yeah, it's a lie. Why did the Most High bless me with being the kingdom? I want to run in caves, freezing, hungry. My point is this. What made David great was his ability to see the good around nothing but bad. But back to the point. Rehoboam represented strength. Don't forget, Rehoboam, the kings were supposed to take the place of what? They were the status symbol of what everybody wanted to be. Everybody was feeding off of the head.
Yeah.
And they were depending on that head being inclined to serve the Most High. Because once again, it's hard to stay. There was a statement in Josephus talking about it's easy to do good. It's hard to stay good.
Oh, it's good. True.
It's hard to stay good. It's hard. Listen, everybody get nice. Hallelujah! Hallelujah! I got the tribes and I know I'm one of them. I know some Hebrew got my name. I'm feeling good.
Real.
But it's just another thing to sit back here and to continue in serving the Most High and to continue in strength.
That's true.
That's hard. Because to continue, that means every day you have to choose good, choose motivation, find a reason to do good, find a reason to see the good in what you're doing every day for the Most High. That's what's hard. And this is why Israel just wants to sit back here and keep this truth about knowledge and talking about the white man. Because that's easy. It's easy to talk about Esau. It's easy to sit back here and drop knowledge and send 50 pictures about how black folks is in Europe. Congratulations. You got the internet. The internet is there and abroad.
YouTube University.
Yeah. And there's a couple sites that give you like 80% of those pictures, by the way. It's not that deep. What's the point, though? The point is, can I stay positive? Can I sit back here and be a light to inspire other Israelites to stay strong so that they don't quit? Can I find the motivation in me to give every day to help inspire others to give? That's what this is about. But most people don't want to operate that because it's hard every day where that flesh is constantly pulling down on you. It talks about in other verses where the flesh is pressing down on you.
Right.
The flesh is pressing down on you to get weak, to quit, to give in. And we just read it in Ecclesiastes 17 that, we're sitting back here, we're born into sin. We're born with the inclination to get weak. And this is why when a person in a position of strength falls, now you gave me my out to fall. Now it might be a different fleshly weakness that you fall to, but if I see you fall, then this is my justification to fall, because it's hard any damn way. Living this life is hard, so let me find a reason to quit. Let me try to find. I want to find that statement about the sustain. I think it was in the time of Saul.
He said, go to Romans chapter 9 real quick, and start at verse 19.
Romans chapter 9, verse 19. It reads, Thou wilt say then unto me, why doth he yet find fault?
Go ahead.
For who hath resisted his will?
Go ahead.
Nay, but, O man.
He said, but there is someone who's always resisting the will of the Most High. He says, man is always resisting the will of the Most High. Always. Read.
Nay, but, O man, who art thou that repliest against the Most High?
And how does man always resist the will of the Most High? Read.
Shall the thing formed say to him that formed it, Why hast thou made me thus?
Because we find a complaint in what the Most High has us going through. And this is why man is always constantly in a negative state of mind. Because we're never satisfied with our condition. It says the spirit lusteth to envy.
Yeah.
So we're always looking at who has it better.
Yeah.
We envy. We want to be like the white man.
Yeah.
We want to dress. We want to go to their schools, drive their cars, deal with their women. We wanted to have the same, jobs, work the same jobs, have the same benefits. We always want to be like everybody else. He said, but because we're never satisfied, and we learn to hate ourselves like they hated us. Because we're never happy about or content about who we are, where we are, what the Most High have us going through. Why does my marriage have to be this way? Why does my lifestyle have to be this way? It's always a complaint. And we're always fighting against the way the Most High, or the situation the Most High put us in. And this is why it's easy to give up. And this is why it's easy to go and follow after the path of the world and follow the course of this world. The course of this world is easy to walk on, which we were going to naturally walk on anyway if it wasn't for the truth waking us up. We were naturally going to walk on the course of this world. It was a natural process. He says, he said, we always say what? Why hast thou made me thus? Why'd you make me a man? I want to be a woman.
It's crazy, bro.
Why did you make me a woman?
I want to be a man.
I want to be a man. Why you call me a he? I want to be a she. Why you call me? I want to be called a they or they or them. I talked to a lady about that. She said pronouns. She had a pin on her shirt. She was at work. She had a pin on her shirt that says pronouns. Them, they, and something else. I said, what does that mean? She says, well, instead of you, she says, well, I don't identify as a woman. I said, okay. So these are how I choose.
They might tag us today, man.
I know.
I know. I thought about that.
They might get us today.
Let me be quiet. Then. She said, I don't identify.
I think it's too late.
Too late. It's too late. Listen, that's what she said. She said, I don't identify as a woman, so that's how I want you to address me. I said, okay, well, what happens when you're in being introduced into, from your friends are introducing you to other people? Do they use those same pronouns, or how does your parents introduce you to? She said, well, listen, I don't understand it all the way.
No! You got to break down. You got to break down.
She said, I don't understand it all the way, but this is the way it is. And that's what she said. She said, as long as you're open to understand, then you're okay.
Oh, shit.
I was like, I never said I was open to understanding.
I
just asked you, what is it, how do you explain this? Because it don't make no sense to me.
You can't explain to God.
That's what I told her. I said it don't make no sense to me. She said, well, I don't understand it either.
Wow.
But you're wearing the pin.
So why
It's grammatically
Be conscious of what you wear.
It's
Don't wear
grammatically
it.
incorrect anyway. But the way I get around that at my job, because I'm a teacher, so I think I've almost run into the situation. I said, you know what? After the little girl said, I'm not a girl, I'm gonna call you by your name every time I say something. If Emily wants to get up and go get Emily's homework, that's how I'm gonna avoid all that, and that way everybody's happy. But you gonna get mad and call you by your name.
I called you by your name. And then therefore, you know, you covered yourself, and I don't understand it. I said, but she don't even. The point is, she didn't even understand it. She didn't even understand the pronouns. But she telling me that I should refer to you with some pronouns you don't even understand. But the Most High said this. The scripture say what? But man will say what?
Yeah.
Read that again.
Romans chapter 9, verse 19.
19. Got it. Thou wilt say then unto me, why doth he yet find fault?
It says, but why does you yet find fault? We always find fault with the Most High based on our condition and based on our choices of what we want. This is the beginning of us adopting new forms of religion, new forms of belief, new lifestyles that we don't understand, new ways of living, things that don't make any sense, because we have a problem with the way the Most High made us. If you learn how to be content in your situation, if you learn how to be content and satisfied in whatever way the Most High made you, short, tall, skinny, whatever, light skin, dark skin, whatever the case may be, if you learn how to be content in your situation, you don't have to go bleach your skin. You don't have to go fry and dye your hair 50 different colors. You know what I'm saying? Looking like a Rainbow Bright doll. You don't had the ponytail with the different colors on it. You don't have to look like a Care Bear, but in all them colors, man. And dye your hair to be accepted. You don't have to alter. People alter themselves because they're not happy with themselves.
That's true.
And this is the beginning and the root of the alterations. Because I'm not content on what the Most High has done for me. I want to go get some injections. That want them, especially in Florida, they putting plaster and concrete and sheetrock and injecting that in people's bottoms and in their chests.
Sheetrock?
Sheetrock, bro. Liquid sheetrock, liquid plaster. Fix a flat. They put
No way.
Fix a flat?
Yes,
They're dying off
Yes,
this,
they're
huh?
dying, bro.
They're dying.
Fix a flat, bro.
Amputation.
And they got to get it amputated, because you know what?
There's like bruising over there.
No, it's actually contaminating the blood.
Yeah.
They had one sister that she was in pain because they found sea enemas and sea bacteria. They had bacteria that's only found in the ocean in her butt. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, It's some bacteria that only grows in the ocean.
Bacteria.
No, that was inside the injection that the doctor was using. They go to these neighborhood doctors.
It was in a hotel room.
Yeah, she got the implant in the hotel.
In the telly.
But they using anything they could find, because what happens is when they inject these foreign objects and chemicals into your body, the natural body's way of defending itself is to swell.
Yeah.
It's to swell and create fat, a wall of fat
That
around
makes
it.
sense.
To surround it to encompass the poison, the toxin. So that by the swelling, you get the figure. By the swelling, you get the shape that you want. But this is the beginning of people deteriorating and falling apart because they're never content with their situation.
Even the breast implants. I saw a video where they take the implants out because they get too hard. And the reason they get hard is because the body creates a wall of calcium around it. Because what's inside is not natural. So they would take them out and they would crack them like an egg. They crack the shell. There's literally shells of calcium in their buttocks and in their breasts because it's not natural.
And also the silicone sometimes would leak.
Yeah.
It would often leak in the body. And now that you need to fix the flat now. Because you got a leaky side, and then you got one breast larger than the other.
Yeah.
Then you got to pad it up and make it look filthy.
Pad it up.
Yeah. You got all kind of stuff now. You're in a real bad situation now because you weren't content on where you were with the Most High. And this is the beginning of a lot of people's distortion. Read that again.
Verse 19. Romans chapter 9, verse 19. For those that just want to. Thou wilt say then unto me, why doth he yet find fault? For who hath resisted his will?
Go ahead.
Verse 20. Nay, but O man, why art thou that reply? Art thou that repliest against the Most High?
It says, who are you to reply against the Most High? That's what everybody does that wants to change their sex, that wants to change their weight. You got men now that is popular now, that men are putting implants in their leg bones to increase their height. They're putting these they look like glass bones.
Oh.
But I don't know what they're made out of.
Like you cut your knee and then they'll
you cut
something else.
Yeah, you put these extenders within the bones.
So they break the bone?
Yeah, they break the bone and insert these rods.
Yeah.
And now you're getting these men are trying to get like 2 to 3 inches taller.
Yeah.
I wish it was a little bit taller, man.
Yeah.
Is
that what that is?
This is that anime show that they were these fighters. They all were breaking their bones. It's called Baki.
Baki?
Oh yeah.
Remember Jack Hummer?
I don't remember. I remember the show. My son was in
That's
that.
what they got this shit.
Baki the grappler.
Baki and manga and shit.
Well, they're doing it now. It's a reality now. Men are not content with their height.
Man.
So then they're purposely breaking their bones, inserting rods, prosthetics within their bodies in order to go up just 2 to 3 inches. Because you know what that is? That's telling the Most High what?
You didn't make me right.
You didn't make me right.
Yeah.
I'm not okay with the way you made me. So because I'm not okay with it, I'm going to deform myself. I'm going to change and alter myself. I'm gonna remove whatever you gave me and implant something else.
They have a whole channel with these people that are turning themselves into Barbie dolls and men and women.
Yeah, anime characters too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and anime characters.
They're getting surgeries.
Look like Ken dolls.
Yeah, to actually look like their favorite character.
Look like Barbie dolls and.
That's next level, huh?
Yeah.
Especially in Japan, they do.
It's past
Oh,
cosplay.
yeah.
That's beyond cosplay.
They big time.
They-
All their eyes
Take
around
their
their normal
eyes
eyes.
out. They take out ribs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everything.
They want to bring these characters into real life. And because but you know what? Because I live in a fantasy, because I don't like who I am.
Yeah.
You follow?
Yeah, I follow.
Okay. So he says, who shall reply against the Most High? Finish that.
On middle of verse 20. Shall the thing that formed say to him that formed it, why hast thou made me thus?
We say it all the time. Our people do it all the time. Every time you go to some hood doctor and get an implant, you telling the Most High I'm not happy with you.
Yep.
Every time you go bleach your skin, you telling the Most High I'm not happy with you. Every time you go dye your hair, you telling the Most High I don't like what you gave me. Every time you try to alter what the Most High has done for you, you're telling the Most High I don't agree with you. And one more verse on this, John chapter 4. John chapter 4. And read verse 31.
John chapter 4 and verse 31.
Read that.
In the mean, while his disciples prayed him, saying, Master, eat. But he said unto them,
Christ told his disciples what? Go ahead.
I have meat to eat.
He said, man, I already got meat to eat. Go ahead.
That ye know not of.
He said, but you don't understand the meat that I eat. You don't know nothing about the meat that I eat. Read on.
Therefore said the disciples one to another, hath any man brought him aught to eat?
Did somebody bring Christ some food? Read.
Jesus said unto them, my meat is to do the will of him that sent me.
He says that what I eat, the meat that I eat all day, every day, is to accept the will of the Most High. That acceptance is what people don't have. And that's why they're prime candidates for alteration and propaganda. Because they don't accept the meat that the Most High gave them. He said, my meat is to do what?
To do the will of him that sent me.
Read.
And to finish his work.
And to do what?
And to finish his work.
Not to do my work, because we got our own idea about what work is. We got our own definition of work. He said, but my meat is to do the will of the Most High and to do his work. This ain't got nothing to do with me. I take myself out of the equation. If everybody else adopted that mentality, we'll put lace front wigs out of business. We'll put these damn implant surgical doctors out of business. We'll put all these prosthetics out of business. If everybody learned how to just do the will of the Most High and be happy with what the Most High gave them and be content doing his work. You know what I'm saying? We put the liquor stores out of business, put the drug man out of business, put the dope man out of business. But let that go.
Now, you got anything else?
No, that was it.
Okay, couple things. Couple not verses, but statements or writings in Josephus. Let's go to book 6, paragraph 12. I'm sorry, chapter 12, paragraph 7. This initially deals with Saul and when he had power. And this kind of connects with Rehoboam, with him and his power.
Okay, yeah. So could you repeat that?
It was Josephus, book 6, chapter 12, paragraph 7. Oh, yeah. So once again, it's book 6, chapter 12, paragraph 7. And then we're going to do another one, and then we'll go back and do the reading. But, yeah, you got it, brother. These two statements just kind of deal with power and how to retain, how hard it is to retain what the Most High has given. Okay, and you know, Rehoboam did his job for 3 years. He was on point for 3 years. And then all of a sudden, after he got out of the fear of losing, because that's what the 3 years was motivated by, it was fear of loss, fear of being taken out of power. Once that fear left him, this is what ends up happening. Read that paragraph 7.
Anyway.
That's the point. The intention wasn't right. I'm afraid Jeroboam was going to come and attack him. So let me be on point for a little bit. Read on.
This is book 6, chapter 12, paragraph 7 on page 171. It reads, now this King Saul, by perpetrating so barbarous a crime.
This is when he was looking for David, and he killed Abimelech. And now he didn't kill Abimelech, but he killed that city of priests because they said they held David, but they really didn't hold him. He ate some showbread and gave his men some food, and he left.
Right.
And then Doeg was the Edomite he snitched out on him, and he came down there looking for him and said, he's gone, man. We didn't know he was a fugitive. He was with you a couple weeks ago. So anyway, when he sat back and destroyed that temple, that city that was training priests. Read on.
And murdering the whole family of the high priestly dignity.
Now we know that was the part of the prophecy about Eli's priestly lineage getting wiped out. We know it was a prophecy. But with the fact that Saul did it, there was some consequence for his decision. Read on.
By having no pity of the infants, nor reverence for the aged, and by overthrowing the city which the Most High had chosen for the property, and for the support of the priests and prophets which were there, and had ordained as the only city allotted for the education of such men.
The only city allotted for the education of the priests was wiped out because he was angry. Read on.
Gives all to understand and consider the disposition of men. Line 263. That while they are private persons and in a low condition.
So when your money ain't right and you need and all your bills ain't paid and you're in a low condition, read on.
Because it is not in their power to indulge nature, nor to venture upon what they wish for.
So when your money ain't strong and you don't have all the comforts of life, your inclination is more based on being spiritual. This is what this line is saying. Read on.
They are equitable and moderate.
You're equitable and moderate when you don't have all that money in your bank account now. But it's hard to be stunned. It's hard to be humble. I messed up the line. It's hard to be humble when you're stunned on the jumbotron now. When you got money, when you're famous, when everybody knows you, then all of a sudden the disposition changes.
Because you got choices.
That's the point. So what the Most High is saying about this concept is just your disposition changes for the most part based on your condition. So it's hard to see where a person's heart is until you get the money in your pocket.
So there's condition-based commitment to the Most High.
That's all the time. This is why when young men come into the knowledge, when they don't have a pot to piss in or one to throw out, you're going to have humility.
Most of the time.
Most of the time.
Mm-hmm.
And then when a certain person or men get developed to a certain point, they can't be told nothing. Now they have options. Now then you really see where a person's heart is at when they're built up. When you build a man up and you develop them and they're not lacking, what they do next determines where a person's true intentions are at.
And for a man or a woman to do this to the Most High, how much more shall a man or woman do that to another man or another woman? Because men do the same thing when they're living off the fundamentals of a woman.
Yep.
You know, they pretend that there's love and they're you know what I'm saying, they doing everything in accordance to establish and keep the relationship. But as soon as that woman helped get that man on his feet,
yep,
then you know, I got options.
Yep.
I don't need you no more. Same thing it happens on both sides. Same thing with a woman. A man meet a woman in the lower state, get her built up, get her on her feet, and then she bounces because she got options now.
Yep.
And so but first we do that to the Most High,
yep, and
then we do it to each other.
Exactly. So here he's just saying when a person has less, their disposition is still more to the Heavenly Father. Read on.
On line 263, that while they are in private persons and in a low condition, because it is not in their power to indulge nature, nor to venture upon what they wish for, they are equitable and moderate, and pursue nothing but what is just.
When you have little, you're more willing to be inclined to be just and do the right thing.
More dignity.
Yeah, exactly. Read on.
And bend their whole minds and labors that way.
Exactly. And this is the answer as to why the Most High gives us our daily bread.
Yep.
He gives us our daily bread to preserve that just, fair, and equitable mindset. Because once you cross that threshold of having your daily bread, more times than not, your disposition changes.
That person has become spoiled.
Exactly, and not able to be molded by the Heavenly Father. Read on.
Then it is that they have this belief about the Most High, that He is present to all the actions of their lives.
And the Most High understands this. When you have your daily bread, you're inclined to understand and look at how the Most High, man, I was low, the Most High came through for me here. My money was tight up, my back was against the wall, I was about to lose this, the Most High came through for me. The Most High is real. Because when we're living day to day, and this is why the Most High keeps us living day to day circumstances, because that keeps us attached and connected, and to be more specific, conscious that the Most High is ever present in our life. This is why, this is the answer to the question, how come I never can really get on top? The reason you can't ever really get on top is because the Most High is trying to keep your disposition pure. Read on.
And that He does not only see the actions that are done, but clearly knows their thoughts also, whence those actions do arise. Line 264. But when once they are advanced into power and authority,
once a person gets a little more money in his pocket, his bank account gets fatter, his life gets a lot easier, then all of a sudden the thinking changes, the mindset changes, the attitude changes. Read on.
Then they put off all such notions.
All that, then they start being all fake. That wasn't really me. Now the real me comes out.
Conditional spirituality.
When I have things, now you know, I can be myself now.
Yeah.
I can be who I really want when I start blowing up.
I had to be that way.
Back then you didn't want me. Now I'm hot. Y'all know. I said, all of a sudden, now our whole mindset's different. Because that's the truth. Mike Jones said it. He's trying to tell you. He was prophesying. Because when y'all didn't want me, I had to accept the fact y'all didn't want me. And I had to be humble. I had to take what I could get. Now I'm hot. I can pick and choose what I want now. I can say, nah, you're below me. I'm this level now. This is the mindset of people. The Most High understands that. Even in the spiritual realm. Read on.
Man, we're only humble because we have to be.
Exactly.
Skin for skin.
That's the point. Most High knows that, and this is why the Most High keeps us in that He keeps us not in the tank, but not sitting back here overly elevated. He keeps us right here to keep us humble, to keep our disposition spiritual. Because if things were too light, too comfortable, there's no need for the Most High. The Most High ain't real no more. For everybody who's got it made, the Most High ain't real no more, right? Or you don't need the Most High.
He said you abuse it upon your lust.
That's the point. And all of a sudden, it's going to explain how your consciousness changes once power and authority get thrown in the mix. Read on.
And as if they were no others that act than actors.
As if they were no other than actors.
Damn.
So they were just acting until they got the money.
That's the worst.
But Most High looks at us as actors.
Oh man, that's horrible.
Because He's like, you're an actor. He said, this is a situation. You're an actor. You're a thespian until I can see. Once you get to the point where in your mind you don't need the work anymore, I want to see where you're at. So I'm going to reserve my blessings until you get built up to your satisfaction. Once you get built up to your satisfaction, you're going to keep coming back and giving back to the body. This is why men don't get these big blessings early. He's trying to wait and see, okay, once I build you up, how are you going to start acting? You can't get told nothing once you come up a little bit. So let's stretch out these blessings, get you here, and then I want to see, once you are comfortable in your life, do you quit on me? Or do you sit back here and just coast and get and make life easy? Or do you sit back here and get back down in the smut with everybody else and stay there? Because that's what Christ did.
Because
Christ was around publicans and sinners. You know, in my eyes, a publican and sinners is like going to Sentinel Park in California. Because Sentinel Park, all you smelled was alcohol. You smelled pissy bathrooms. And the men would take shits on the outside of the bathrooms because they would lock the toilets up at nighttime. That in my head, that's the publicans and sinners side. The park. Yeah, that's what niggas will go to in the street. They go to the park out. And the park is poop, it's piss, it's flies, it's dysfunction, and it's sick people. That's in my head. That's where the public incentives is at. In them streets, huh?
Yeah, they had the sewage water about here.
Yeah.
And then they would take those dumps. So then you'd just be walking through extra.
But you would just walk. Oh, it's just that, and the cats would just be walking and pooping as they slide. Now you don't see the trail of pooping going outside the toilets. Yes. You think I'm lying? That 10 cities. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about everybody else. 10 cities. That's where the public incentives is at. You gonna want to keep doing that when you got a little something in your pocket? When you're comfortable and your bills are paid? This is how the Most High understands the nature of people. So you got Rehoboam was already disconnected from this situation. He was born into power and authority. You think he had a real conscience of the Heavenly Father? He's telling you, you're not even thinking about the Heavenly Father when you got it made.
When you're established.
When you're established, you don't have to worry about where your next meal is at. You don't have to worry about fighting for the men and fighting for survival. There is a potent spiritual edge that comes to sitting back here and having to live day by day, week to week by faith. There is a spiritual edge that nobody can. You can't replace that. You can't replace that from, and I'm not knocking anybody, or anybody's position and job or whatever the case is, but when you're living day to day, depending on the Most High to come through for you, there is a level of faith that can't be matched in any other thing you go through.
Lack of security.
When you're sitting back every day, you're living off your fight and your teaching and your effort. And he's like, once you're detached from that situation, now you're more susceptible to what? Being disconnected. This is what this disposition change is. My outlook and my thinking is disconnected into a different type of reality now.
Yeah.
I'm in a different reality now.
Comfort zone.
Yes. Keep going.
God, they're disguised parts.
And when it's happening, they're play actors because until I had my bread, I was serious about the Most High. When I got comfortable, now I'm not serious about the Most High. That means I was acting. Read on. Because I'm supposed to be the same person regardless of my condition. If I change, depending on my condition, that means I wasn't real. That's what cats in the streets say. You ain't keeping it real no more. You used to be about us in the hood. Now you left us. Now you in Chino.
Yeah.
Versus in Long Beach. You in Chino Hills. Anyway, let's keep going. Yes, on the same side.
No. I just said it's even worse when you let somebody know that you see that they're an actor.
Yeah.
And no, I'm not like that. I'm not.
I didn't keep it real.
Yeah, I keep it real. I keep it 100 all the time.
No, you don't. Let's keep going.
God, they're disguised parts and manners and take up boldness.
He says, so they stop being fake. They stop being playing like they're about the Most High. Then they're bold. Read on.
And insolence and a contempt of both human and divine laws.
What ends up happening is when I get power, when I get control, now I'm desensitized to what the body needs. I'm desensitized to the mindset the Most High in Christ wants us to have. And I'm disconnected a little bit day by day. You can see it in ourselves. Listen, when you're not around the body for periods of time, how do you feel? Disconnected mentally. When you're not around what's going on with the body, with the brothers and sisters, you're disconnected. You feel disconnected. Just imagine that for multiple weeks at a time, months at a time. You can come back in 2 months, you're like a complete stranger. That's how that connection is severed. Read on. But when a person's rich, it's because you sever yourself based on arrogance. Or whatever I'm going through in my life is more important than what the body needs.
Or the lack or desire of subjugating yourself to the same conditions that people that don't have those options do. It makes no sense for me to subject myself to such degrees if I don't have to.
There's no benefit for it for me anymore.
Yeah, I'm not getting nothing out of it.
When I needed it, cool. I don't need it no more. I've moved on. Brothers have told me, thank you for building me up. Now I can live my life.
I want to thank you.
I want to thank you for building me up. Now I can go do me. Like, wow. Okay. That's a real thing. But that's fun. Read on.
Line 265. And this at a time when they especially stand in need of piety and righteousness.
He says when it's there at the time when you're being elevated financially and your surroundings, that's the time you got to be righteous and pious even the more. You have to hold on to those spiritual frameworks even the more when you have things. Read on.
Because they are then most of all exposed to envy.
And you know what's crazy what it says? The more you have, the more you're envious of others that have. The more you have, the more you're envious of people that have. You know how we know that? We read about it in Revelation about Esau is the bottomless pit. Europe was a bottomless pit. For all the power and control Esau had in these countries, it wasn't enough. Remember I brought up about the gold supply in France and how many tons of gold is there in comparison to Mali? And how Mali had all the gold reserves there, and there's no gold there anymore. They have all the gold reserves, but the gold is in France because Mali was a French colony. So with all the power they have, they got to keep going to these smaller countries to rob, pillage, take natural resources because they still envy the resources and blessings the Most High gave to each country. Most High gave all these natural resources to each country so that country can sustain themselves by those resources. But with all that power they have, they go to each country, they take their wheat, their grain, their gold, their cobalt, their lithium. In Jamaica, what was that thing in Jamaica that they were taking?
Aluminum, bauxite.
It was bauxite, the bauxite, exactly. They go to all these countries and just pillage them. Uranium, all the natural resources. The fruit that was in Guatemala.
Anything of value.
I was walking around. It's getting colder. The weather's changing. I'm in HEB. They got every damn fruit you need. You gotta forget. How the hell are you getting summer fruit or spring fruit in the winter or in the fall? It's out of order, or it's only because they stole it from somebody else.
Import.
That's stolen. They got it at a cheaper price. They stole it. They got it at a cheaper price.
That's the consequences someone having to suffer for it.
Listen. I was talking to Kyle a few weeks ago. He was like, listen, the Guatemalan people, it's like sharecropping out there. It's like slavery. Don't forget, sharecropping was the next step after slavery. And you sharecropped, you just made enough money just to survive for that season.
For the moment.
He said that when they was in Guatemala, they would go on these caravans, these big truckloads of and go to the farms, and they would cultivate all the fruit, and they would have to pay for the tools they use to cultivate. So you're paying for the tools, and what they supplied, they said that they kept the alcohol on tap out. They kept the alcohol on tap throughout the day, so you get your buzz on, so you can sit back and just work and play music. You're gonna play music, you're gonna get drunk, and you got to pay for the alcohol. That's off the top too. You're paying for the alcohol. You bought the bar, you're buying the tools, and you're sharecropping to get very minimal. I've been to Guatemala. I literally saw there were little shacks made of aluminum. Aluminum shacks. And don't be on the hill during the rainy season. That shit could slide down. And you have no grip. These are all facts. My point is, they're sharecropping in Guatemala while we're smacking on avocados. We're smacking on fruits out here in the States. But it's literally slavery in these other countries. And nobody thinks about the cost of what it took to get it from point A to point B. And all I'm saying is the nations, Esau, still has an envy of the natural resources of everybody. And that's the fuel behind the colonialism process that started with the Spaniards, worked their way to Britain, got their way to damn America. It's the same process, because it wouldn't make sense when a person that has everything, has a lot. Why do you want more? Because once you have more things, you want to have more things. There's always more. You ever see Wall Street? It's always more.
Yeah, money never.
Greed is more.
There's two movies.
He's like, what's your number? That was Wall Street 2 was the one that was
Michael Douglas, my boy.
And he says, what was your number? No, in part 2, it was
his son.
The guy that played Thanos. What was that dude's name?
I don't know.
Anyway, Josh Brolin. And the picture behind him was a picture of like Kronos eating his kids.
Yeah.
Because, in Esau's mythology, your greatest threats are your kids. Your kids are coming for you.
Which is true.
They're all your competition.
In Rome.
But it's this. So they said this young apprentice was like, man, what's your number? He was in his office. He said, more. I'm like, damn, because the question, what was your number that you was gonna get to before you retired? He was like, more. Man, we talking about my number. I'm just gonna keep taking, keep robbing, keep getting bread, all the different ways I can. I'm just gonna acquire, take, siege, steal, break down. That is the mindset of a person who has. He wants more. The envy is still there.
Never content.
And that's the bottomless pit.
And that's why that's why them same individual powers that you're speaking of, them European powers. That's why they got robots that are drilling and mining other planets as we speak through satellite communication. Because are they looking for life on other planets?
No.
Or are they got
life to them?
Yeah, exactly.
It's saying God, you trust what God you talking about?
Exactly.
What life you talking about?
Because now I'm looking to see. We got Sojourner Truth. We got the other rover that they got out there. I forgot the other name of that damn rover. You got these rovers that are drilling and doing core samples to identify the mineral content within they have a laboratory. That's a little miniature laboratory on Mars. Because we're looking at what minerals they possess, what resources do they have, and those resources will be exploited. If there's anything worth exploitation,
it's gone.
It's gone.
Just like they did Gad, Issachar, all the tribes. When you watch the Avatar, the movie Avatar was the example of that, prime example for that. The dynamic of that movie was a prime example of that spirit. I will kill, murder, anything.
Blood diamonds. In Sierra Leone.
Yeah.
Rubber trees.
Yep.
Kill you for that. Kill you for the coffee. Kill you for the tobacco.
You gonna be dead.
Kill you for the chocolate.
Yeah.
Kill you for the
cacao.
The poppy flower.
Yep.
And kill you for any resource you got.
They only stopped killing because they needed a labor force. That's the only time they stopped killing. We don't slow the killing down. But we need.
Well, that's what the British did. What the British did is refined slavery, because they understood that long-term slavery couldn't sustain because you couldn't get free will labor. So now if we change the mode up and create more of a I just said the word
sharecropping construct.
A sharecropping construct. You get a little bit of money and you think that you're earning it for your family. If I keep the GDP low in all these foreign countries, I can establish slave labor without it being slavery.
But them thinking it's slavery.
And that's the point. Everything that Esau started to do, and why the beast was marveled, was that they operated like a predator. But the way the world perceived them, it was they were bringing democracy to the world.
And religion.
That's why they call it manufactured consent. We are creating this ideal that, hey, we're on your side. We're just spreading love. We're spreading industrialization.
Yeah.
We're sitting back here and cleaning you guys up.
You got when you had to drink dirty water. Now we have a power plant.
Yeah.
We put a power plant in your community because we provided infrastructure.
Yeah.
We built a hospital, so you got clinics now. But now you have clinics in your community, but your gold is disappearing.
Yep.
You got clinics in your community, but now all your resources are gone. Now you got a crater that could fit a whole city in it that has been exploited from diamonds, where the land has become useless.
Yep.
And there's been all your quartz has been quarried out, all your rock quarries, all your rubies, your pearls, like in not Tasmania, but in other African countries, they got all the resources, the jewels and the stones. Now that all your resources are gone, but you got a clinic now. But that's supposed to be democracy. You know what I'm saying?
Just look online when you get a chance. This is an image where it says, neocolonialism is the way in which Western powers indirectly control the economic and political systems of their former colonies. All of South America and Central America, all the resources dug up and put up there in stacks of minerals and resources to the United States. And then you got Africa, all the resources in there is sent out to Europe to sustain that bottomless pit. But they're both bottomless pits.
Yep.
They're both, because it's still the American Anglo Empire that is that bottomless pit that's pulling all the resources from these smaller countries that can't sustain themselves to feed and fuel theirs. And then you've got to go to the east a little bit, and you'll see all the Arab countries and all their oil and all their supplies are going up to that same spot too. Yes, sir.
I just learned that that an American mining company just renewed a contract for Jamaica to start mining in St. Anne's Bay, which is like one of the highest points of Jamaica.
And I'm gonna say that they're doing that
last year.
And that bauxite that they're pulling out is going to destroy the rainforest and destroy their water supply. And they've been trying to sit back and take the central part of Jamaica to get all the resources from that place. And despite the water being poisoned, despite all of the pollution that comes from the mining of the bauxite, goes to the water supply, causes cancer, is destroying the people. They don't care. It's about that bread. You got America, you got China, you got all these foreign countries out there pulling and pulling and pulling and taking all the natural resources in every country.
And the companies that do it will pay the leaders, the governors, very well.
Yeah.
And then they'll come back and say, well, your people sold your people out.
Yeah, exactly. So what's happening is they pay those heads to control the people. And then all of a sudden, if you can't control the people, we'll send a dictator or a military general to come in there and do what you don't want to do. That means you're going to shoot you, you're going to kill you. They'll whatever it is. And most of these dictators are installed by the colonial powers, and they get trained in the military bases in the military of these colonial powers, so they know how to control and deal with crowds and discontented people.
It doesn't happen.
Torture tactics.
They'll just wake up and this, I'm a dictator.
You ever see these guys that come out with all these heavy military paraphernalia? You're like, where'd you get trained at? A lot of them in Fort Benning. A lot of the Nicaraguan dictators and all these guys in Central South America, they were trained in America. They came back down, they got their power, they seated their authority, they were trained how to control these people through violence, whatever you need to do, and they got paid handsomely for it. Anyway, let's go.
One verse, Proverbs 28 and 12. Read that.
What chapter today, man? That's it.
Hey, one and done today,
Read that.
Proverbs chapter 28, verse 12.
Read that.
When righteous men do rejoice.
It says, when righteous men do rejoice. Go ahead.
There is a great glory.
He said, there's a great glory. When you got the right leaders in place, he says the world benefits, the people benefit. Read on.
But when the wicked rise.
It says, when the wicked rise, what happened?
A man is hidden.
What happened?
A man is hidden.
There's somebody's getting put to death at the expense of the wicked coming to power. That's the cost of the wicked being in power. Somebody has to be hidden. Somebody has to come down. Somebody has to be destroyed so that these other people can live. So what we're looking at is a parasitic culture. It's a host. I'm a parasite living off a host, and that's what colonialism has been for the whole world.
Right.
It's parasitic. It's parasitic. We're living off the resources of all the people that have minerals, that have agriculture. So in order for the wicked to rise, somebody has to be hidden and brought low, and that's the people. That's in order for the Europeans to have America. What had to happen to the natives? What has had to happen to the? They had to be hidden. They had to be stuck on reservations or the Trail of Tears. They had to be marched out of here, or laws had to be made. The Indian Removal Act. We got to remove them at all costs in order for us to flourish. And this is the way. This is how every single colonial power has taken authority at the expense of other people. And that's what we're finding out. So we let that go and go back to where we were in Josephus. Yeah.
We're in paragraph 7. Line 267.
What page?
It's a little further up. Page 172.
What book? What chapter? What paragraph?
Yes, sir. Book 6, chapter 12.
In the Josephus, we're in book 6, chapter 12.
paragraph 7,
line
and line 265.
Let's keep going.
Line 265. And this at a time when they especially stand in need of piety and righteousness, because they are then most of all exposed to envy. And all they think and all they say are in the view of all men.
So then they just learn how to front and communicate so that people could perceive them as being something that they're not. Read on.
Then it is that they become so insolent in their actions as though the Most High saw them no longer.
And this is what happens when you have excess. When you're comfortable, then you forget about the Most High. And you don't think the Most High is seeing you anymore. And this is why there's nothing wrong with having enough to sustain your family. When you get past that sustaining scenario, then all of a sudden the Most High isn't there anymore. The consciousness of Him is gone. Read on, huh?
He's not needed anymore.
It's not. You're comfortable.
You're stable.
You have everything you need. When you the Most High, what you have to suffer and sacrifice and go through changes for anymore.
Can I pull scripture? I don't know if I'm scripture. Proverbs 30 and 8. Pull it real fast. Remove far from me vanity and lies, and give me neither poverty nor riches.
Great verse. Come.
Feed me with food convenient for me,
Come.
lest I be full and deny thee,
Exactly.
and say, who is the Lord? Or lest I be poor and steal, and take the name of the Most High power in vain.
Perfect verse. As it explains to be content with the middle, and you try to stretch out too far, and all of a sudden the Most High is not real anymore. He's of no value. This is the right mindset to have. And this is why the Most High even said having that kingship scenario wasn't the move. Because all he was going to do was just develop a bunch of people who are detached from the need of the Heavenly Father. Read on.
God, or were afraid of them because of their power. Line 266. And whatsoever it is that they either are afraid of by the rumors they hear, or they hate by inclination, or they love without reason, these seem to them to be authentic.
Because nothing else is tethering them to honoring the Heavenly Father.
Yep.
So now they're a slave to whatever passions that are in front of them.
At the moment.
Because that's the only thing that matters is their strong passions and inclinations. The Most High is not there because they chose not to keep Him there. Read on.
And firm and true and pleasing both to men and to the Most High.
This is why Christ said it's easier to find a needle in a haystack than for a rich man to get to the. Or it's easier for a needle to go through a
camel to go through an eye of a needle.
Yes. Than for a rich man into the gates of heaven. Because the mindset and the disposition changes. This is the reason. Read on.
God. But as to what will come hereafter, they have not the least regard to it. Line 267. They raised those to honor indeed who have been at a great deal of pains for them.
So he says they only elevate the people that are good servants, that feed them in the flesh. Read on.
And after that honor, they envy them. And when they have brought them into high dignity, they do not only deprive them of what they have obtained, but also on that very account of their lives also.
Because since they don't have the Most High that tethers them, their only concern is the preservation of their power. That's the only thing that matters. So whoever I'm bringing up, I still have an eye on them. I want to keep them down to a certain degree because I don't want anybody to usurp my power. Read on.
And that on wicked accusations, and such as on account of their extravagant nature are incredible. They also punish men for their actions.
That's all I want from them. Because it goes further, but I want to kind of go to this next one because the time is really passed on us. Let's go to Book 8, Chapter 4, Paragraph 4. And once again, we're just going into why men that get power and control, why they veer off. Why these kings, you're going to see this pattern of the kings, just a short ascension and a strong long extended decline. We read earlier about how Rehoboam was 3 years on top, 14 years down in the negative. And it's explaining once men get this power and that security is there, their whole disposition changes. Rehoboam's disposition, he started out with arrogance. He got knocked down a couple pegs because of a perceived war. He solidified his surroundings. Then his arrogance went back up again. His lust and his disposition changed back to that original disposition of I'm just going to pursue my flesh and my endeavors. So, now let's read this paragraph 4.
In paragraph 4, page 220, line 118. When Solomon had said this and had cast himself upon the ground.
This is when Solomon had sent the prayers up when the temple was completed. Okay? And the smoke and the cloud came down from heaven into the temple, and the Most High was fine with the work. And he started talking and teaching the people that was behind him. Read on.
And worshipped a long time. He rose up and brought the sacrifices to the altar. And when he had filled it with unblemished victims, he most evidently discovered that the Most High had with pleasure accepted of all that he had sacrificed to him.
Now hold that. Jump down where it says he exhorted them also to be mindful.
Line 121.
Line 121. He exhorted them also to be mindful that by what methods they had attained their present good things, by the same they must preserve them sure to themselves, and make them greater and more than they were at present.
This is the understanding about us in our homes, us in the camp, leadership in general. Whatever the Most High has given you, the first mindset is to preserve what you got and then make them greater. Preserve what the Most High gave you and then give your mind to augmenting what the Most High has given you. And in the process of augmentation should keep you busy for a nice period of time. And then once you cross that level, then guess what you got to do? You got to sit back and add greater challenges to yourself to keep you what? Humble and connected to Him.
Could you give like an example of that?
Well, let's use the house. If once you learn how to master yourself and stay on top of your discipline and your lust, you know what also has to happen? Then you have to sit back and instill the culture of the house to be spiritually inclined. We can't control all of our children if they're going to be like gung-ho 100% Israelites, but you know what you can do? You can fight to sit back and make sure the culture of your home is strong and spiritually inclined. Then, in the process of doing that, how much do you invest into teaching your rib? How much do you invest into helping her clear her thoughts and helping her learn the same strong strategies you learned to stay potent? Have you been able to sit back and successfully relay those strong approaches to her? This is the same thing that we're challenged to do in our camp. Once we can sit back and sustain ourselves, can we instill and motivate men to want to study? Can we make studying fun? Can we establish enthusiasm in the work? Can we teach men how to be at peace with the mental challenges that comes from living this type of life? Can we sit back and the challenges end up becoming how to establish a spirit of motivation and enthusiasm in going against the flesh? We read earlier in Ecclesiastes 17 that every man from his youth is given to evil. So how can I sit back here? How can we sit back here and inspire people to accept the challenge of going against our nature to do evil? Can we establish a spirit of motivation in our homes, amongst our church body, amongst our camp body? That should keep us extremely busy. Well, you know what ends up happening? We find a little success.
Yep.
We find a little bit of improvements, and we want to relax. I've done enough. Then we tell ourselves it's time for the next person to take on that work ethic. But you know the crazy thing is, if I tell myself it's time for the next person to do it, then get your ass off the spot then. If you don't want to maintain the spiritual integrity and strength that it takes to keep up the intensity, then get off the pot.
Yeah.
Because the work, once you get here, once you get to the head of your family, can you maintain to be the motor and the engine of whatever responsibility you have in front of you? Can you maintain that energy and enthusiasm?
Can be the catalyst of growth, man.
If you're not the catalyst of growth in your school, in your camp, in your home, and then all of a sudden you don't, or you are, and you choose you want to step back, then give up all the perks, all the position, give it all up. Because we're only as good as the willingness to maintain the drive and the push forward. Because as we're reading about Rehoboam, when he stopped wanting to be the strength and the symbol of strength, everybody fell apart.
After 3 years.
3 years he was tired. He wanted to retire. And this is the problem with kings. You can't kick him out. They gonna sit in their ass and just eat and drink and drink wine out.
Clarence Thomas?
Yeah.
Supreme Court Justice?
He's still in there, right?
Yeah, he refused to retire.
Yeah, you can't do nothing with it. What's he gonna do? He's there. He's in there. But this is how the Most High, when it was his prophets, he can remove him and bring another person in like this. Wasn't no big thing. Anyway, let's continue.
But you know what? That individual may want to slow down and not be the spearhead of change.
Well, he wants the benefits,
but
though.
He wants the benefits, and that's when it becomes unjust.
Kind. If you want to slow down, get out the way, all the way. Anyway,
all right.
Read on. Relinquish.
Right. Middle of line 121. For that it was not sufficient for them to suppose that they had received them on account of their piety and righteousness, but that they had no other way of preserving them for the time to come. For that it is not so great a thing for men to acquire somewhat which they want.
So it's nothing wrong. It's not hard. It's not as hard to do what it takes to acquire what you want. Read on.
As to preserve what they have acquired.
The preservation of what you've acquired is way harder than acquiring.
Just to preserve.
Just to preserve, not augment. To preserve is difficult. To preserve what the Most High gave you. And listen, you can look at this on a physical level and on a spiritual level. I can tell you right now, I've seen many a people. The Most High will give a person the spirit of strength, the spirit of a clear mind, the spirit of teaching, the spirit of motivation, the spirit to inspire. And that's a gift. And like this line said, it's easy to get it. It's hard to maintain it. I've seen the Most High take spirits off people. Spiritual talents off people. I've seen people who had excellent ability to teach and motivate and inspire. The Most High just pulls that spirit off. Because if you're not willing to put the work day in and day out to maintain your spiritual edge, he will take that and give it to somebody else. He tells you that. He tells you that. If you're not willing to maintain and fight to keep that spirit of clarity in you, but that spirit of clarity and all those talents are predicated on your discipline and your commitment. You sit back here and slack up on your discipline, your priorities, your commitment. He'll take that talent from you and give it to somebody else.
Or if I have unrighteous reasoning of why I'm attaining this talent.
I mean, it changes. Your motive, because people's motivations change.
Yeah.
They start pure, and then they change into a more sinister reason.
Yeah.
And once those reasons and motivations and those dispositions change, he'll pull it from you and give it to somebody else. Whatever he gives you, he can take from you.
Takes your ephod off like Aaron.
And this is the whole thing. This is what the Most High, not the Most High, the lesson of the story is. It's easy to get it. It's hard to maintain it. It's hard to keep it. And it has nothing to do with the position. This is about, can you keep that enthusiasm? Can you keep that passion to give? Can you keep that fire to stand up for what's right? Can you keep that motivation to keep studying, learning, giving, changing?
I got one point. And this is how you know if you're dying spiritually.
Yep.
You know if you're dying spiritually when we call it losing zeal. Whatever brothers call different names, but it's when you lose your passion, lose your zeal, you lose your desire, you lose your drive.
Yep.
Brothers understand why they're losing their drive, because your intentions are changing.
Okay.
Yeah.
God, it's all facts. So, read on. This is Solomon saying that he felt.
Right.
This is when he was at his apex and he felt basically the same thing he's talking about.
He can speak from experience.
I know. But this is before he fell. He was at his zenith.
These rules apply to everybody too.
Yeah, that's the point.
So middle of 121, read that one part one more time. For that it is not so great a thing for men to acquire somewhat which they want, as to preserve what they have acquired, and to be guilty of no sin whereby it may be hurt. And that's the end of paragraph 4. You want 5?
No. I think that says enough right there. We're gonna let that go, and now we're gonna go back to what is the notes that I put on the paper say. Things kind of broke off a little differently. Did we get to finish Josephus 8, 10, and 2? No, we did not. I don't think so.
No, we got halfway down.
Yeah, let's
But we got to we read 251 and 252.
Let's read that 251. So we're at Antiquities of the Jews, book 8, chapter 4. No, chapter what?
10.
Chapter 10.
Paragraph 2. Book 8, chapter 10, paragraph 2, page 231. Paragraph 2, line 251. Now I cannot but think that the greatness of a kingdom and its change into prosperity often become the occasion of mischief and of transgression to men. For when Rehoboam saw that his kingdom was so much increased, he went out of the right way unto unrighteous and irreligious practices.
So we explained when he found a lot of success, his disposition changed.
Yep.
Then it was envy. It was envy. It was the pursuit of the flesh. It was, I don't have to, let me stop being fake now. Let me stop being a fake king. Let me sit back and go for mine now. Read on.
Right. And he despised the worship of the Most High.
Because that was in his heart anyway. Read on.
So the people themselves imitated his wicked actions.
Yeah.
Line 252.
So now we understand, once again, you had it. It was hard for him to keep it. Because in the prolonging, in the fight to sustain your spirit, really shows where your heart's really at. It really reveals what's inside of you in the longevity of time. Displays that. Read on.
Line 252. For so it usually happens that the manner of subjects are corrupted at the same time with those of their governors.
Exactly.
Which subjects then lay aside their own sober way of living as a reproof of their governors' intemperate courses.
So they're like, they'll give up their sober way of life so that they'll please the king. Because they also know if the king's unhappy with them, their life's going to be miserable.
That makes 1,000% sense.
So they'll sit back here and they'll come off of their ways so that the king doesn't sit back here and destroy their life.
That's man-pleasing.
It's man-pleasing, but it's a real thing because that's going to be happening here soon. What's going to happen if it's illegal to sit back and talk about the Bible? What happens if they say as an Israelite, you can no longer sit back and claim you're an Israelite? What's everybody going to do? I'm just going to use wisdom, brother. I'm going to use wisdom, and I'm not going to talk about it. We're going to just do this. Listen, we're going to be facing the same thing these Israelites had to face with these intemperate rulers. Because, listen, if Rehoboam he despised the worship of the Most High, that means if you went to the temple to sacrifice, what's going to happen to you? Bad things. Don't forget, Rehoboam's house was right below the way of the temple. If he had an issue with people serving the Most High, and you're constantly going to serve the Most High, what might happen to you? You might lose your life. That's a real thing. Why did the Levites left the northern kingdom? Because their life was on the line. So this is why people sit back here and quote unquote air quote play ball. I'm gonna play ball so I don't die. So you don't seize my lands. Take everything I have. Read on.
Which subjects then lay aside their own sober way of living as a reproof of their governors' intemperate courses, and follow their wickedness as if it were virtue.
For survival's sake. Read on.
For it is not possible to show that men approve of actions of their kings unless they do the same actions with them.
Exactly. You got to conform to the negative authority figure.
Yep. A negative narrative.
Yeah.
So once again, this is why it was so important. It's so important as leaders not to put the people in these crappy positions in the first place. That's why it's a great responsibility to be at the head of a household, to be that father, to sit back here and be that person that's responsible for the people. Because you're forcing them to choose a negative path and go against. It's not just you sinning, you're causing multiple sets of people to go left because of your negativity. And this is why the Most High pretty much, you can read about Jeroboam. He said none of your seed is gonna even have a proper burial, except for this one little kid that's about to die. He said because of what you've done to your people. He said this little boy that's sick, he has a good soul to him. So he's going to die a clean death and sit back here. He's going to still die. He'll at least be buried. The rest of y'all dudes, y'all ain't going to get buried right. You have dishonorable deaths. Anyway, because of the actions and the sin that they brought to the people. So, because this line still deals with Rehoboam and Jeroboam. Same concept. Jeroboam put Israel in a position to follow Baal. And he cornered them into doing it. And out of fear of not being destroyed, a lot of them just gave in and submitted.
And changed the laws.
Done. Just to save their neck. Well, let's keep going.
Line 253. Agreeable whereto it now happened to the subjects of Rehoboam. For when he was grown impious and a transgressor himself, they endeavored not to offend him by resolving still to be righteous. But the Most High sent Shishak, the king of Egypt, to punish them for their unjust behavior towards him.
So the crazy thing is, once the scripture says, whom the Lord loveth, he what?
Chasteneth.
He chasteneth. He sent back here and sent Shishak to bust him up quick. He let Jeroboam go and his next son, and then all these people go for a longer period of time. But he gave up on them. He said, y'all gone. I'm done with y'all. But I'm going to sting Rehoboam because they're still good here. For the fact that you did good for 3 years, then you want to switch up, I'm going to pop you. Jeroboam, there was no serving nothing. He just went all the way in. And those guys, he just lets them go. The people that keep getting checked is because he gives a shit. You should be scared when he stops checking. They say the same thing in sports.
Yeah.
When your coach keeps yelling at you, he cares. He sees good in you. What the problem is when he stops yelling, you're going to be on that in bench.
Trading block.
Or trading block, or you're just going to be on the pokey.
Yeah.
If you're in high school or something like that, you ain't going to see the field. That's the point. So, because the Most High responded so quickly, and you can tell by the swiftness of response that he's with you. And even in your life, you mess up and you get tagged quick, that means he cares. You mess up, you don't get no hits, you done moved on. That's a bad quote-unquote omen. You ain't getting stung for your mistakes. Yes, sis?
Could it read that he moved on, or he's just waiting, like, to hit you later?
No, he is, but the fact, because he doesn't hit you quick, that means that fall is going to be permanent. It's like with Esau in their country. All the negative they've done, and they're not getting stung. Because he's going to let them ride their course and just completely wipe them out. You don't want that type of correction. That means he's done with you. There ain't no, oh, can I make it right? No, it's over. It's over. With us, he's tagging us incrementally because he cares. He's trying to get us to get the picture.
Should we be looking at that? Like in the camp, like if you see a sister, she's going through a little bit more of what seems to be high intensity chastening, and then you feel like you're not getting chastened as much?
I think you should look at it as everybody's getting chastened based off where they're at.
Okay.
You never want to go into a spot where this person, you start looking and comparing what another person's going through versus what another person, because that's you don't know what they're going through.
Right.
And you don't, and a lot of times you're dealing with brothers or sisters, and you don't know how much, if they're really sinning, or if they're really going through the battles of Job. You talk to a person, they'll tell you they're going through the trials of Job, and they've been right on point, and the Most High is just stinging them. But in reality, they've been negative as hell, and the Most High is dealing with them because of their negative outlook. Don't get it twisted. Either way, we don't know what's exactly going on. So, in order for us to stay spiritually grounded, the Most High is putting everybody through what they are, what they can handle, and what they deserve equally. There's no, oh, this person is getting favored and this person is getting the crap end of the stick. That's how you get caught outlook-wise. Most High is giving everybody what they can handle based off what work they brought to the table. There is no one person that's just, man, trials of Job, this other person is just dancing through life like it's nothing. That's not a real thing. Okay? Let's continue into Josephus. So Shishak is coming in now, and he's the king of Egypt. That had, also Shishak had not developed, but kept Jeroboam for a long period of time. Okay, this was a king that wasn't pro-Solomon. So now Shishak's raising up, and the Most High is raising up Shishak to punish the southern kingdom for their sins. Read on.
Just above 254. But the Most High sent Shishak, king of Egypt, to punish them for their unjust behavior towards him, concerning whom Herodotus was mistaken and applied his actions to Sesostris, line 254. For this, Shishak, in the 5th year of the reign of Rehoboam, made an expedition into Judea with many 10,000 men.
So check this out. In the 5th year is when Shishak got him. He was righteous for 3. So the Most High stung him in the 2nd year of his sin. He wasn't going to let this thing drag on for long periods of time. Once again, this shows he loved him. How quickly he popped him. Mm-hmm. He didn't allow this guy's sin to just keep progressing. He caught him early. Read on.
For he had 1,200 chariots in number that followed him, and 70,000 horsemen, and 400,000 footmen.
Man, isn't that? They only had 180,000 people to fight. Rehoboam had 180,000 men to war of Judah and Benjamin. Shishak brought what? Go from the top, but not the top, but just that part when they talk about
his. It says, made an expedition into Judah with many 10,000 men.
Many 10,000 men. Read on.
For he had 1,200 chariots in number that followed him.
Chariots are hard to deal with on the battlefield. It's not just horses. Read on.
And 70,000, meaning 60,000, right? Horsemen.
Okay.
And 400,000 footmen.
400,000 dudes on the ground out. And we only had 180. We were outgunned, outmanned, everything out. We was Ukraine out. We was Ukraine against Russia. But let's keep going now.
These he brought with him, and they were the greatest part of them Libyans and Ethiopians.
Okay.
Line 255.
So he had foreign armies that constituted this size. Because that number is out of this world. So he's bringing Libyans and Ethiopians. Okay. Not Libya, which is
right.
northern Africa.
North Africa.
Okay, so it's kind of like northwest of Egypt. and Ethiopia was south, obviously. So Shishak had control of that entire region of Africa. Read on.
God, line 255. Now therefore, when he fell upon the country of the Hebrews, he took the strongest cities of Rehoboam's kingdom without fighting.
You know, Rehoboam was like, do I want to be a tough guy? I want to be a tough guy and just spill blood today? Or I want to sit back and think about how we're going to deal with him whipping this. So you know what it's showing you? What is this story showing you? He spent 3 years fortifying his country and giving it all the supplies that you were supposed to do. But because he sinned those next 2 years, all of that work you did to protect your kingdom was for nothing.
That's Israel.
So what it's showing you, you can sit back here and fortify all the physical you want. You can prepare all the physical. You can prepare issues on the physical level all you want. If you're sinning, all your preparations mean nothing.
Yep.
And the sting comes from a direction you're not preparing for. He was preparing for an attack up north. He had no clue an attack from the south was coming. This is how the Most High gets you. You're preparing for one situation, but if you're not living right, the Most High still got you, man. All your work is in vain if you're not spiritually inclined to put him first. That's the lesson. He did all this preparation and got nothing out of the deal. And they just took this shit with ease, huh? God, this was an easy battle. And Shishak was like this. Easy money, easy money. We got all your gold. Listen, Shishak took all of Solomon's gold, and we're going to read it. Wow. He got paid, huh? He came back rich.
Just one scripture on that point you mentioned earlier.
I'm going to say one thing. 80 years of acquiring, fighting, blood, sweat, and tear from his granddad and his father was just done in a day. Because he wanted to screw it for 2 years in sin. What was you going to say? I'm sorry.
2 Maccabees Chapter 6 verse 13.
It's a bad situation.
Yeah. He didn't have a made it.
2 Maccabees 6 and 13. Everybody get there.
He did have a dog with a solid gold ball now, but he lost it.
Back of the Apocrypha, 2 Maccabees chapter 6, verse 13.
Okay.
For it is a token of his great goodness.
It's a good sign when you make a mistake and the Most High sting you for it real quick.
Mm-hmm.
He said it's a token of his great goodness. Read on.
When wicked doers are not suffered any long time.
It says when the Most High don't let you get away with negative for a long time.
He loves you.
That means he loves you. That when you get stung for what you do wrong, and the Most High, he don't let you just continue on and carry on half your life making mistakes. That's a good sign that he loves you.
Yep.
When he sting you right away. When you're out of pocket and the Most High drop the hammer on you, read on.
But forthwith punished.
It says, but forthwith punished, meaning you're punished expediently. You're punished right away, and that's a good sign when the Most High sting you right away. That's a good sign. In other nations, he don't deal like that. The Most High let all other nations reach a point of stench, and they reach a level of funk.
Yep.
And then once the Most High is tired of them, he completely wipes them out. But for us, it's a sign of love that he stings us right away. It's like you whoop your kids because you love them.
Yep.
It's not because you hate them. You whoop them because you love them. And that's how the Most High deals with us. Let that go.
No doubt.
Line 255.
Yeah, we're going to read paragraph 3 and 4, then we're going to finish up and go to 2 Chronicles 12, verse 2 through 14. So let's keep going, sir.
You finish line 255 real quick?
Yes.
Okay. Line 255. Now, therefore, when he fell upon the country of the Hebrews, he took the strongest cities of Rehoboam's kingdom without fighting.
They didn't even fight, bro. Right. It was light work, bro.
No faith whatsoever. But you know, it's hard to be faithful when you're wicked.
Yeah, that's true.
It's hard to be courageous
no
when your hands are polluted.
That's true.
You can't resist because you know the Most High is not with you, and that's why it makes it an easy victory, because they know these weapons is not going to stop us. You don't have the Ark of the Covenant. You don't have
outgunned.
You don't have real priests praying for you, petitioning for you. all you got is some material weapons, and you have no confidence that the Most High, you got no pillar of fire,
Nope.
you have no cloud,
No conviction of God with you.
no conviction, no consciousness. You know you don't have the Most High with you.
Now you're playing a numbers game.
Yep.
It's just numbers, and we don't have the numbers.
And you know you ain't got the numbers.
You gonna count the cost? Then you gotta count the cost.
And then and the only person can offset the numbers is the Most High.
Exactly. You don't have the Most
But you
High.
don't got the Most High.
Now it's numbers game then.
Yeah. So the question is, do you really believe in that idol that you've been worshiping?
Yeah.
Then why don't that idol that you've been praying to come and save you?
Yeah.
Won't he deliver you? And you know that idol ain't gonna do nothing.
That idol just let you go party some more, man.
Yeah. And
Party next
the
door.
idol let you down, man.
Yeah.
And that's how it always is.
Well, let's keep going.
I'm just above paragraph 3. And when he had put garrisons in them, he came last of all to Jerusalem.
Listen, so Jerusalem, they knew he was coming, huh? He said they put garrisons in this. On not only did they take over the spot, they left men to manage those cities that they conquered. That's what a garrison is.
Force.
It's somebody to make sure. It's like putting a military base in a city. I'll have a little area in the city where our military men are gonna make sure y'all dudes do what the hell we say. And if not, we're gonna flex on you. That's what it is. And most countries back then, they'll take all your weapons. Now you don't have the weapons. And the military is in your city. What are you gonna do? Read on. And they went city for city. All those cities he built up. They're just going up north, working up north trip, right? They're going there, right? And then they're going to Jerusalem. Jerusalem was like the ultimate city. Read on.
Paragraph 3. Now when Rehoboam and the multitude with him were shut up in Jerusalem
they were shut up, meaning they locked everything down, and you start living off that oil and wine that they had stored. Yeah. Read on.
by means of the army of Shishak, and when they besought the Most High to give them victory and deliverance.
Oh, now you want to read. Now you want to read the Bible now.
Yeah.
Now you want to pray.
Where's the Lord?
Where are the priests?
Right.
Where are the Levites?
Oh, now
we need the Levites.
Yeah, they're gone.
Have them send prayers.
Yeah, burn incense.
They're burning all the incense. How much incense we got?
Yeah.
Burn it all.
Burn all.
Or cut the temple on again. Cut it out. Open the doors again.
Yeah.
There was other chapters where some of the kings didn't even. They just closed the damn temple doors. Serious, bro. The school is closed. The schoolhouse is closed because I don't feel like opening it. That's what they were doing. I'm not saying it happened now, but everyone was like, cut it on, cut the lights on, ask questions. Read on.
They could not persuade the Most High to be on their side.
Hell no.
Right.
So that Urim and Thummim wasn't glowing. There wasn't no responses.
No.
You was gonna take an L.
It wasn't even a sign. And the Most High will tell you why he won't support that. Go to Psalms 50 and 16. Psalms chapter 50, verse 16.
Psalms 50 and 16.
Mm-hmm.
But unto the wicked the Most High said,
It says, but the wicked, the Most High said what?
what hast thou to do to declare my statutes?
Mm-hmm.
Why you want to follow the law now?
Yeah. Now you love the Most High.
Now you love the law. Now you want to send prayers up. Aren't those things that you do when you want to get the Most High's attention? When you care about being right, now you want to be morally correct, spiritually correct, religiously correct.
Now your back's against the wall.
Yeah. Why you want to do this now all of a sudden? Why you setting up prayers now? Read
Oh,
on.
you love him. You love him, huh?
Yeah. Now you love him.
I love you so much.
Yeah. Read.
What hast thou to do to declare my statutes?
Now you want to be about righteousness.
Right.
Go ahead.
Or that thou shouldest take my covenant in thy mouth.
Now you want to talk about let's petition the Most High and do what's right according to the law.
Where are the prayer warriors?
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Read on.
Verse 17. Seeing thou hatest instruction.
He said, but the whole time I've been watching you, and the whole time you hated instruction. You didn't want to be told anything this entire time. Now all of a sudden when you see your enemy in front of you, now you want to be religious. Now you want to be spiritual. But you hated instruction your whole life. This whole time, this 2 years, you ain't want no instruction. Nope. Read on.
When thou, verse 17, seeing thou hatest instruction and castest my words behind thee.
It says, and you cast my words what?
They weren't important, bro.
And so this is why the Most High said, why are you now trying to be religious? When I've been watching you not care about being spiritually minded, not care about serving the Most High the entire time. People want to serve the Most High at their convenience, and they want the Most High to pull them out of trouble. And as I got a backup. You know,
get out of jail free card. People want to use the Most High at their convenience. So as long as I don't see the enemy, I don't have a reason to serve the Most High. I won't. But it's not until things are troublesome, then all of a sudden I need the Most High. Let me pull the Most High out. Remember the Lord now. All of a sudden, the Most High said, "Listen, you didn't care about my righteousness. You didn't care about my laws. Now all of a sudden you want me to listen to you?" He said, "Man, why do you even have my words in your mouth?" That's a hard reality. You know why people put the words of the Most High in their mouth all of a sudden? Because what they're doing doesn't work.
That's facts.
And that's when people start putting the words of the Lord in their mouth. When what you do fails. When you had an opportunity to have the Most High's words in your mouth, in your mouth before your endeavors failed, or before trouble came upon you. But that's the normal, habitual nature of our people, is that we want to serve the Lord after it's all said and done, when everything's about to bottom out, and I'm about to, the rug is being pulled from under my feet, and I'm about to fall. Yes, sir.
That's kind of like they took all of the praying and Bibles and everything out of school, but every time somebody shoot up the school, the first thing they want you to do is pray for the school.
We need your prayers for the families of the victim of this school shooting massacre.
Yeah, right.
But in the 90s, you took prayer, or whatever year they did, they took prayer. They took prayer out of school.
Right.
Yeah, you're not allowed to have Bibles or religion. You don't want it in the school when it's not convenient for you. But all of a sudden, when there's tragedy, when everybody want to do a candle vigil, everybody want to bring balloons and bring light candles and say prayers, and we're praying for you. We're strong. Keep your prayers strong. Hashtag pray strong. Yeah. Hashtag
something city strong. It's almost a city strong.
Yes. Our school elementary strong. Hashtag. Now you want the Most High.
Yep.
But the Most High said, "Man, I've been watching you the whole time. You didn't care about me. But you want me to save you though." And that's when the Most High is like, "Man, don't even put my words in your mouth. Don't call on me. I'm not listening." And that's what we're reading about now, of why the Most High is not listening to Rehoboam. Because it don't make sense. You didn't care about him the whole time. You know what I'm saying? We can let that go. Go back to where we was at.
Back in Josephus, 256.
Yeah.
Line 256. But Sheshemiah, the prophet, told them that the Most High threatened to forsake them as they had forsaken his worship.
Damn.
When they heard this, they were immediately in a consternation of mind.
Let's go to consternation.
Consternation?
Consternation.
Consternation.
It's a bad mindset. Serious. Okay, consternation means to throw or strike down astonishment, amazement, or horror that confounds the faculties. You know that those butterflies in your stomach got? You're fearful, you're scared. It says, and incapacitates a person for consultation and execution. Excessive terror, wonder, and surprise.
I'm shook.
They were shook, man. They were consternation, astonishment, amazement, or horror that confounds the faculties. When Moses said, "Listen, this guy Shishak's going to take you out," can you imagine what that means? What happens to your family, your children, your women, your daughter, your daughters? What happens when these overthrows take place?
Did he have $60? $60?
Yeah,
$60. You don't think he knows what's about to happen?
They're like, why did this happen? Because I didn't do my job.
You was a sinner guy. Like, Daddy, what's wrong? That sucks. That's where that consternation of mind. You think about all the royal seed gets killed. You know that, right? They take out the that seed, all the families. So you had 40 sons and 60 daughters out. Something like that.
You gotta live with it as long as
You gotta live because it was you. You did everything you could physically, but you didn't do nothing spiritual.
Counsel didn't matter, law didn't matter, fighting your battle didn't matter.
God. So this is what that consternation of mind. So mentally, they were astonished, amazed, in horror that confounds the faculty. You're so shook, you can't even operate. You can't think.
You don't got no appetite. You don't want to eat.
You don't want to eat. You can't think. You can't operate. You're just in panic.
Your organs actually start acting up. You start puking, vomiting, stuff like that.
Crazy, yeah. And incapacitates a person for consultation.
You can't console them.
Yep.
There's no words that can calm them down.
God.
That's anxiety times 10.
God, they had a panic attack.
That's a panic attack.
That's a panic attack. God.
Yeah.
And it says, so you can't be consulted and execute. He says, and execution. So whatever, you can't get a person to do what they got to do. You can't get a person to do their job because they're in suspended animation.
Frozen.
Excessive terror, wonder, or surprise. When the bad news came out, and no matter what you do, this man's taking your shit because you was wicked and you know you was wicked. What are you gonna do when he takes your zone? Read on.
And seeing no way of deliverance, they all earnestly set themselves to confess that the Most High might justly overlook them, since they had been guilty of impiety towards Him.
Now the light bulb pops up. The Most High is overlooking us because we were breaking the law. Okay, genius. These guys are geniuses now. Read on. But the problem is, it takes these scenarios to shake people up. Because you know why? Because we read earlier in those Josephus verses or chapters how the riches, the power, the glory disconnects you from reality. And this is why having too much riches, too many women, it takes your mind away, heart away from the Most High.
Too many horses.
Too many horses, riches, women,
pursuits.
Wine and women cause men to want to sin in the fall. All those pursuits take you away from your focus. Now I didn't even realize, because in his head, with the money and access he had, the Most High wasn't even real. Why be disciplined? I have everything I need.
Until he didn't.
Until he didn't. Until all those riches that he trusted in were taken. That's what's coming up next. Read on.
And that let his laws lie in confusion. Verse line 257. So when the Most High saw them in that disposition, and that they acknowledged their sins, he told the prophets that he should not destroy them.
And this is the Most High's love. He's like, because he saw that they were really contrite, I'm going to give them a break. I'm not going to completely wipe you out. What it shows is a lot of our people are dead ass wrong and don't even have the humility to acknowledge they're dead ass wrong. Which is even worse. That's what happened to Solomon. Solomon didn't acknowledge his issues. That's why Most High took out Solomon before he hit 60. You didn't read anything about Solomon having contrition.
No.
And sinning and saying, let me make it right, I was wrong. Solomon just kept doubling down and Most High took him out. But he's like, because Rehoboam and his committee or his advisors and people around him, they acknowledged their issue. Most High sat back here and talked to Shemaiah and said, you know what, man? I'm not going to destroy him. I'm going to sting him. I'm not going to destroy him. But once again, the contrition is still about the lesson for the Most High. It's about the lesson. Can I get the lesson the Most High is trying to teach me?
And that contrition is do you feel bad for the fact that you were astray from righteousness and that you were operating in a crooked manner? Do you feel bad for being crooked? Because that's what that means. Do I feel bad for being crooked? And if you don't feel bad for being crooked, then the Most High is not extending that to you. He's not extending that grace and that mercy to you. Because what he wants you to see, he said, a broken and a contrite heart, oh, God will not despise. The Most High wants to see that more than any sacrifice. Do you have the ability to feel so bad about what you do wrong as to not repeat it? And do you feel bad about being disconnected from the Father and being operating in a crooked manner? That's what he cares about That's what that contrition is. I feel sorrow for what I do wrong. Because that's the only thing that motivates people to change. If I don't feel bad about what I do wrong, I'm not going to stop doing what's wrong. I'm going to keep doing it. So you gotta feel bad about your mistakes, about your guilt. Read on.
Middle of 257. He told the prophets he should not destroy them, but that he would, however, make them servants to the Egyptians, that they may learn whether they will suffer less by serving men or the Most High. Line 258.
Well, read that part again.
That's a major.
No.
People think that serving the Most High is in so much suffering.
Yep.
Oh, it's so much. I gotta go through so much. It's just too much.
Yep.
But they'll gladly serve the white man. They'll gladly serve ideology. They'll gladly serve whatever mechanism they want to give themselves to that is of man on a real level. It really is of man. There's no acknowledgement of the Most High in the other direction they're giving themselves to. And they'll say, well, I'm more at peace in this condition where I don't have to acknowledge the Most High. But if I'm serving the Most High in a condition where I'm yielding myself to disciplines, I'm yielding myself to subjecting myself to other men, I'm in subjection, and I have the ability to just sit here and do what I want to do. I'm interdependent, I'm connected where I have to do things, and I affect people if I'm off, and if they're off, they affect me, and I'm living this situation. That's too much. But they'll gladly serve in a system that gives them the idea of freedom.
Right.
Yeah. The manufactured concept, the idea that I have options and choices.
Yeah.
We would rather sharecrop, the modernized version of sharecropping, than sitting here and giving all my talent, all my spirit, all my will, all my life long, all we have to give to no quote unquote benefit for us to the Father. It's because it's right. It's the right thing to do. We wait till the collapse of the world, the collapse of the dollar, the collapse of society, the collapse of all morals, the collapse of the education system. We wait till it's in the world to we have a little bit this Jeroboam in us too. Rehoboam, it's like it. We have a little bit of Rehoboam in us too.
Yep.
Lord. The temple. Christ. Hamashiach. We do all that. We do all that when it's time for the collapse. But when everything's peaceable.
Nope.
And there's no cloud, rain in the sky.
The house.
When the sun is out.
You know, the Saturdays are really good. Listen, when the summertime, and the Saturdays are popping out, there's less people in class.
Yeah, when the summer's popping hard out, when the sun shines really good out, Most High, he's cool.
I'll come back this week.
We roll like that. But you know what? We think in our mind that serving man is easier than serving the Most High.
Yep.
That's a secret opinion.
And the lesson that the Most High is telling us is, if you're not going to serve me, you are going to serve the nations regardless. You are going to serve.
You're going to be in subjection.
That was the lesson. He is constantly driving. This was the ongoing theme from this chapter all the way through Jeremiah and Ezekiel. If you don't want to serve me, you are going to serve. You're not going to get around the fact that you have to understand what it means to serve. And this is what we're still serving right now. Yes, sir?
So we also say that if we're not going to serve the Most High's people righteously, then we're going to serve those that are evil.
Why is that? But it's the spirit of the servitude in general. The reason that we're in the situation we're in now because we don't want to serve. Listen, we don't want to serve Esau. We don't want to serve the Most High. We don't want to serve nobody. That's the problem. Listen, people forget that the reason the Romans back in 70 AD, it talks about the fall of the empire, the Jews were ran off. People forget why the Romans laid the hammer on us. Does anybody know why the Romans took us over?
Didn't want to pay those taxes.
No, it wasn't even that.
I was about to say that.
You know what the Romans said? Do what you do with your sacrifice thingamajiggy. Just kill some animals for Rome too.
Oh yeah, you're right.
They said, no, we ain't gonna do that no more. We tired of sitting back here and sacrificing for the so-called you-know-what man. And because of that, they kept it real and it went what? It went very wrong for them. It's because they didn't want to accept the fact that they were servants. Same thing in Babylon. Same thing, the reason that Babylon took us over. Babylon just didn't come to destroy us. Babylon took us over because we didn't want to serve the Babylonians.
They weren't unprovoked.
No, the Babylonians said, listen, pay us our money, we'll leave you alone, and by the way, don't do any type of agreements to join with the Egyptians.
Please.
No, they said, if you sit back here and get a link with the Egyptians, we're going to take you over. What do? We went to link with the Egyptians. And we wonder why they took us over. The problem was, the number one problem is, we didn't accept the fact that we had to serve. And every single time we rebelled from our servitude, and the Most High sat back here and made the servitude exponentially worse. Because you didn't want to sit back here and live in the comfort of your home and lose your bread, I'm going to destroy your entire land and send you all off to Babylon. Because you just constantly, you want to rebel against me? You rebelled against the nation I put over you. It's always, you just don't want to lock in. We can talk about Esau all we want. Christ said, give unto Caesar what's Caesar's. The Most High elevated him to break us. Simple as that. We're supposed to be in a situation where we don't want to serve the Most High. We don't want to serve him. We don't want to serve nobody. And then how you know how you know that? Brothers don't want to serve in the camp. Nobody wants to lock in anywhere. And that's what the Most High got the white man on you.
I got you.
Got you. Because I got somebody that's not going to let you get away with what you want to do. Because we don't want to allow, nobody wants to, we don't want all the problem with Israel and the problem with the camps. Nobody wants to follow. It's that simple. Nobody wants to follow. Nobody wants to stay in order. Everybody wants to be an individual. So the Most High has a beast. He calls a beast to be on top of us.
He said that will not regard the young nor the old.
Yeah. You know why? Because that's what Israel needs. Israel needs a damn taskmaster. Because you give Israel freedom, they go buck wild. They can't handle it. It's that simple. It's not deep. Israel has been rebelling what the Most High is putting them through from the beginning. They rebelled in Egypt. They rebelled once they got to the land. Remember when we got to Israel, we got comfortable and we got effeminate? Yep. Moses started taking all our riches. Country will come take us over after country, after nation. This is the theme. That's why in Isaiah it says, the ox knoweth the master's crib. But Israel knoweth not. Israel don't know who their master is. Israel don't know who they got to serve.
I want my own master.
I want exactly. I'm the master.
So nuts.
So nuts.
I like that movie.
That's what it is. Right? Israel wants to be their own master, right? Anyway, I knew
I pepper my tattoo.
But it was the truth, right? You said it. I was like, he said it with so much energy. It took me back to the actual movie. Yeah. I'm the master. Like, show enough. That's exactly what it is. I have to add on to the statement. But let's keep going now. Let's continue to Josephus now.
And we're in line 257. So when the Most High saw them in that disposition, and that they acknowledged their sins, he told the prophet that he should not destroy them, but that he would, however, make them servants to the Egyptians, that they may learn whether they will suffer less by serving men or the Most High.
And he says, you're going to learn it. But, we still haven't figured that out. We haven't learned that serving the Most High is way better than sitting back here and being a servant, a second-tier citizen in a country that's not yours. Or a third-tier citizen, depending on the country you live in. Well, let's keep going.
We're in line 258. So when Shishak had taken the city without fighting, because Rehoboam was afraid and received him into it, yet did not Shishak stand to the covenants he had made, but he spoiled the temple and emptied the treasures of the Most High and those of the king, carried off innumerable 10,000s of gold and silver.
They took all, listen, 10,000. This is what's scary, y'all. The scary thing is, because of one man's sin, 80 years of dedication and hard work went for nothing. This is very similar to how things, when camps fall apart, men can dedicate their life to doing things the right way, and they age out, and the next generation comes in, and they can just spit on everything that was done. And all the hard work and the dedication that men did in 1 or 2 generations can be disposed of in a few years. Very disheartening, but it's very real. 80 years, his grandpa and his father's blood, sweat, and tears went for nothing because he was a dirtbag for 2 years. All the fighting, all the wars, all the fighting to like to establish land and space and territory and provinces, and all the time your father put into setting up the temple. All the meticulous nature, everything that was done. They're stripping gold off the walls. You think they did that?
Ain't normal.
They're stripping walls. They're stripping gold off the interior of the walls, man. They getting paid. Read on.
Line 259. He also took away the bucklers of gold and the shields.
That house of Lebanon had all that gold in there, the shields and the gold armory. That got wiped out. Gold furnishing, gold armory, wiped, gone. Everything that Solomon put into this damn thing went for nothing. Read on.
Which Solomon the king had made.
That armory, that house of Lebanon, that forest of Lebanon.
Look at the years it took him to make it.
13 years.
Yeah.
20 years for everything. 20 years of work gone for nothing because of 2 years of dumb shit.
It's like
and then 40 years that David did. He set the foundation.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, keep going on.
No, it's the same thing that we do to our grandparents' work.
Kinda.
Your grandparents had to work hard as hell just to get that little house they got, and then when the next generation get it, they tear it up.
Yep.
They neglect it. The roof.
They don't pay the taxes.
They don't pay the taxes. It gets taken. You know what I'm saying? Everybody tear it up. They abandon it. The weeds grow. Your grandparents would have never let that house look like that.
Never put nothing into it.
They never put nothing into it.
I got me a free house.
Yeah. Never pay the bills.
Yep.
And then all your grandparents' work that they did to solidify that house and cultivate the land, all of it is gone to nothing. And one or 2 generations is gone.
Yeah. And Esau takes it for nothing.
For tax.
For peanuts.
Yeah, got it on a foreclosure. Bought it off the courtroom steps.
You couldn't scrape together $4,000 out.
Yeah, nobody wanted to pay it.
That's a real thing, bro.
Yeah. Nobody want to pay them taxes.
You do. You pay it.
You pay. You live there.
Take advantage.
Yeah.
My grandparents, there was a lot they got. It was a small lot, but they only paid $100 for it because that's how much they were behind on taxes. Just $100. $100. That's it.
Nobody went to fork up nothing. You couldn't get a payday loan out? Nothing?
You sell some shoes, some Jordans, you can get it online for a deal.
Yes, there's a lot of things that can be done out. Anyway, title loan, whatever, man. You can go to pawn shop for $100.
Yeah. You can borrow $100.
That's what I'm saying.
Xbox for $100.
Yeah.
But our people will will deteriorate morally very quickly.
Yep.
It don't take that long to deteriorate as a people morally.
This is very sad, man. Everything his father built is gone now. All the gold is taken out. Keep going, man. The furniture. Remember, he said that on the walls of the forest of Lebanon looked like he put trees in there. It looked like it was moving as you walked around.
Yep.
All the detail, all the art's gone, bro. Gold, art, huh?
And all the transporting of all the materials.
I know.
Cedar.
They're taking everything, bro. Read on.
Line 259. He also took away the bucklers of gold and the shields which Solomon the king had made. Nay, he did not leave the gold quivers which David had taken from the king of Zobah and had dedicated to the Most High.
Don't forget, in the temple, in those storage space in the back, were all those war trophies and all those war prizes. You know the annex part on the left and the back, and the other side. That was where all the trophies were. So you had the east was going. Anyway, point is, on 3 sides of it, they cleared all that space out to all the weaponry and the stuff that David gave to the temple, and what's his name, Joab, all the victories out, all the spoils of war were taken. Crown jewels, all taken out by Shishak. Read on.
And when he had thus done, he returned to his own kingdom.
He said, "Man, take this. I got all the best shit. I don't gotta fight you. You open the door. You gave me the go. I'm out." That was it. Read on.
I don't know.
That's embarrassing, huh? That's a bad day in Jewtown, huh? Read on.
That Jack?
Yeah. And then they laughing, sucker. Anyway, read on.
Line 260. Now
Herodotus
of Halicarnassus mentioned this expedition, having only mistaken the king's name. And in saying that, he made war upon many other nations also, and brought Syria of Palestine into subjection.
He said, "Well, we ought to roll. Let's just keep going. Let's go through the whole circuit out. Let's get this money out." Read on.
And took the men that were therein prisoners without fighting. Line 261. Now it is manifest that he intended to declare that our nation was subdued by him. For he said that he left behind him pillars in the land of those that delivered themselves upon him without fighting, and engraved upon them the secret parts of women.
Oh, come on.
Wow.
Yeah.
He's in all the places where he didn't have to fight. Where y'all just gave it up without fighting. He sat back and put lady parts in your areas to remind you what you was made of. What kind of man you was for letting us in without even fighting.
I missed it.
Listen. Well, yeah, but he sat back. Listen. Remember he said that Rehoboam let him in without fighting, right? They said in their records, they sat back here and sent engraved lady parts and put it in parts of their cities that didn't fight.
On the pillars
in the cities where they didn't fight. So you was the you know what, because you weren't even man enough to fight. Yeah, that's a mocking spirit. You put lady parts in here. You was a what?
Yeah.
Use an itch.
Yeah.
Because you didn't even sit back here and fight. He's a chump. Wow, that's degrading.
You're a rookie.
Brother, so all these warriors, he's a chump. Itch ass, you know what? Wow, bro. That is demoralizing. I took your gold, and this is use a little, a BI.
Yeah.
That's horrible.
Wait, he said pillars.
Yeah, they put pillars in there. They put pillars of images of vaginas.
Those are seen.
I know everybody gonna see it. And listen, they had garrisons in the cities, so they was gonna make sure it wasn't gonna get taken down.
All the non-fighters.
Non-civil.
Get
up out of here.
Get out of here. Non-manly spirits.
That's horrible, bro. That's horrible. That is demoralizing.
That's a slap in the face, man. That's a slap in the face to everybody that surrounds you. Now you gotta, you a chump.
All the words you can find, man. All the derogatories.
It's almost like, how will people know you in history?
Rehoboam was that king.
Yeah, how do you go down in history like that?
Listen, at least when Saul was sitting out, he was still a man enough to know his death sentence and still went to war. He knew he was gonna die, and he said, "Man, forget this." That's why they talked about how him and his son were still ride or die ass dudes.
When they knew they was gonna die.
And they said those men had true courage.
Yeah.
It's not true courage when you know you're gonna win. It's courage when you know there's defeat staring you in the face, and you sit back and deal with that defeat out.
It's real courage when you go on a one-way mission.
That's what it said.
When you know you're not coming back.
That's courage. All the other stuff is not courage.
Yep.
And they had enough masculinity in them to go and fight that battle, knowing they was going to take an L out. Oh man.
When growing up, I grew up like in between multiple gang neighborhoods, and so whenever they do drive-bys in certain neighborhoods, certain streets, we had like fence lines that had tag, names, gangs, and different tag names and whatnot. But they would have, after the drive-by, even before the drive-by, or because of the drive-by, they would have those degrading words. Not the images, but the degrading words on top of whatever names that they had, the gang names and whatnot.
And that's a slap in the face.
Exactly. Like, yeah, it's crazy. It still happens to this day.
It still happens. It's crazy.
Yeah, like the dudes that wrote over the Nipsey Hussle mural in California.
Yeah.
Oh man.
They put their gang name up all over that mural that they painted.
That's crazy.
They defamed it, man. They defamed it.
Jay don't give a damn,
They
bro.
don't care, bro. But you know, the Most High allowed this to happen because we didn't care about him.
Exactly.
He let these nations demoralize.
Shameless. Yep.
Yeah.
Because we didn't respect him. Let's keep going. That's horrible. That's a horrible story. Keep going now. Every week it gets better. There's always some information to learn. Every damn week. Read on now.
We're right before line 262. Now our king Rehoboam delivered up our city without fighting.
You got to walk around with these images around you, reminding you what kind of man you was. You know, they put it right next to his house. They put us right in the front.
You gotta live with that.
I know, you gotta live. You gotta eat that. You gotta eat the fact you sin in the first place, and you got chin checked out. Read on.
Line 262. He says withal that the Ethiopians learned to circumcise their privy parts from the Egyptians. With this addition, that the Phoenicians and Syrians that lived in Palestine confessed that they learned it of the Egyptians. Yet it is evident that no other of the Syrians that live in Palestine, besides us alone, are circumcised. But as to such matters, let everyone speak what is agreeable to his own opinion.
I don't even understand what the hell the purpose of talking about the circumcision of Ethiopians has anything to do with the topic. But
it seems like what they're saying is they're giving them the credit, like they got it from them and not us.
but what do they got to do with the fact you just got your ass whipped and you didn't fight back? I don't get it, bro.
Is it that we were supposed to be known for that being a righteous act?
Yeah, I know. It's just I get it. It's still like I just don't. How it connects. Why is it here?
Don't give them credit for anything. That's what I was kind of.
Yeah, Rehoboam's like, yeah, we did teach them about circumcision. Like, why didn't y'all fight? Stupid. Paragraph 4.
He was just saying how, in the footnotes, he was saying how Herodotus was saying that he was using it to saying that we adopted the circumcision from the Egyptians.
Okay.
You know.
I get it. I get it. I just didn't understand the placement of that.
It's weirdly inserted.
This is another level of defense.
Yeah. No, it was that. But anyway, let's get the paragraph because it's getting late. It's almost it's 2:30, bro.
Paragraph 4, line 263. When Shishak was gone away, King Rehoboam made bucklers and shields of brass.
That's horrible. You went from gold to brass. You went from gold to brass. You was never going to get gold again. And it ain't like, this is something that I think we have to be conscious of too. Once the Most High rides and takes you to an elevated place, once you sin, you don't get restored back to that gold again. You might be able to rise up a little bit, but you're not going to rise up to where you once were. That's not how it's going to be. He went back up to brass. That's all you got is brass. That's weak sauce, from where he was, and that was the kingdom from there on out. It wasn't just at that time. We was on brass for an extended period of time. We fell apart, and we never were the same. Damn, let's keep going, That was a silvery chain. They had silvery chains out there, Let's keep going,
When Shishak was gone away, King Rehoboam made bucklers and shields of brass instead of those of gold, and delivered the same number of them to the keepers of the king's palace. So instead of warlike expeditions and that glory which resulted from those public actions, he reigned in great quietness.
He was humble. He got punched in the mouth. I could just stay in his house. He stayed in his house. He didn't do any great warlike endeavors.
This guy whose finger.
Yeah, it's gonna be greater than my father's loins.
Talking crazy,
That's true. That's true.
Talking that crazy talk.
And hot jazz, yeah.
My fingers, like
Yeah, bro.
My father's money.
And now he got punched in while they came in and took your cookies out, took all your toys and left out. And you listen, he says all the war accessories brings to your glory out. Now your army is diminished, your army is demoralized, you lost all your weaponry out, all your pride, your national pride.
Yeah.
They got lady parts all in the city out. That's horrible, huh? Read on.
Though not without fear, as being always an enemy to Jeroboam.
And then all of a sudden that fear just intensifies. He got shamed. Jeroboam smiling up there up north, huh? He didn't get messed around. So now he's like, man, I got no weapons. I got broke down. Jeroboam is coming. You know it's coming out. I know he knows. I know he got the report. Shishak and Jeroboam are cool. Don't forget, Jeroboam lived in Egypt and was like a son to Shishak.
Yep.
So Jeroboam Shishak was like, yeah, I got him, Jeroboam, man. I got him. I got him calling like a you know what.
He said, we got him.
Yeah, we got him. Exactly. And they all laughing and smiling at Judah's demise. Let's keep going.
Line 264. And he died when he had lived 57 years and reigned 17.
He's taking these guys out early. 57 years out. Unceremoniously, very shameful. He had 3 years on point and the rest was just garbage. Whack, bro. Yeah, read on.
He was in his disposition a proud and a foolish man.
And his actions showed it. He was a 40-year-old kid with pride and arrogance. Read on.
And lost part of his dominions by not hearkening to his father's friends.
He
wasn't listening.
He didn't listen at all. Right. He wasn't listening. He had priests, he had Levites that risked their life to come down to the south. He didn't listen to him. You know they told him, hey man, you might want to be serving this other God stuff. We just left that from Jeroboam. It's crazy, huh? Read on.
He was buried in Jerusalem in the sepulchres of the kings, and his son Abijah succeeded him in the kingdom, and this in the 18th year of Jeroboam's reign over the 10 tribes. Line 265. And this was the conclusion of these affairs. It must be now our business to relate the affairs of Jeroboam and how he ended his life, for he ceased not, nor rested to be injurious to the Most High. But every day raised up altars upon high mountains.
Every day this guy was sitting back here sinning out.
He's pursuing us.
Every day. He was pushing to the limit. Read on.
But every day raised up altars upon high mountains and went on making priests out of the multitude.
Okay, we're going to let this go and finish off. We're going to finish off in 2 Chronicles 12, verse 2 through 14.
I found this outside. It's a key right here in the back by the trucks. I found that out.
Okay. Yeah, let's just finish it. It's already 2:30, man.
2 Chronicles chapter 12, verse 2.
Read that.
I kind of get there. 2 Chronicles chapter 12, verse 2. And it came to pass in the 50th year, that in the 5th year of King Rehoboam, Shishak, king of Egypt, came up against Jerusalem, because they had transgressed against the Lord, with 1,200 chariots and 70,000 horsemen. And the people were without number that came with him out of Egypt, the Lubims, the Sechems, and the Ethiopians. Verse 4. And he took the fenced cities which pertained to Judah and came to Jerusalem. Then came Shemaiah the prophet to Rehoboam and to the princes of Judah that were gathered together to Jerusalem because of Shishak, and said unto them, Thus saith the Lord, Ye have forsaken me, and therefore have I also left you in the hand of Shishak. Whereupon the princes of Israel and the king humbled themselves, and they said, The Lord is righteous. Verse 7. And when the Lord saw that they humbled themselves, the word of the Lord came unto Shemaiah, saying, They have humbled themselves, therefore I will not destroy them, but I will grant them some deliverance, and my wrath shall not be poured out upon Jerusalem by the hand of Shishak. Nevertheless, they shall be his servants, that they may know my service and the service of the kingdoms of the country.
So once again, he's like, you're going to know how to serve either me or the nations. Read on.
Verse 9. So Shishak, king of Egypt, came up against Jerusalem and took away the treasures of the house of the Lord. And the treasures of the king's house he took all. He carried away also the shields of gold which Solomon had made, instead of which King Rehoboam made shields of brass and committed them to the hands of the chief of guard, and that kept the entrance of the king's house. Now when the king entered into the house of the Lord, the guard came and fetched them and brought them again into the guard chamber. And when he humbled himself, the wrath of the Lord turned from him, that he would not destroy him altogether. And also in and also in Judah, things went well. Verse 13. So King Rehoboam strengthened himself in Jerusalem and reigned. For Rehoboam was 41 years old when he began to reign. And he reigned 17 years in Jerusalem, the city which the Lord had chosen out of all the tribes of Israel, to put his name there. And his mother's name was Naamah, and Ammonitis. Verse 14. And he did evil because he prepared not his heart to seek the Lord. Verse 15. Now the acts, was that it? Or 14, right?
Read to 16. We might as well right here.
Verse 15. Now the acts of Rehoboam, first and last, are they not written in the book of Shemaiah the prophet, and of Iddo the seer concerning genealogies. And there were wars between Rehoboam and Jeroboam continually. And Rehoboam slept with his fathers and was buried in the city of David. And Abijah, his son, reigned in his stead.
Okay, we're going to leave it at that. And we'll deal with Rehoboam's son, his sixth son, and everything going on with him. And then we'll start dealing with Abijah versus Jeroboam, Rehoboam's son. Any questions? Got a lot done today. Enough done. Imagine. We'll put you on Yerat Shalom. Everybody rise. Still just 2 chapters, man.
Shout out to the one.
Huh?
But it's good.
It's good. A lot came up. Yahweh. In the name of Yahweh Shai.
In the name of Yahweh Shai.
Please listen to us right now.
Please listen to us right now.
Send Micah.
Send Micah.
And the righteous angels.
And the righteous angels.
To watch over.
To watch over.
Bless. Heal. Protect. And make strong. The people of Yasharallah.
The people of Yasharallah.
Also send unto us. Much wisdom. Much knowledge. Much understanding. Much patience. Much faith. Much brotherhood. And much love. Spiritual power. And forgive all of our sins. Yahweh Shai, come quickly. For in thee is our hope. Always. And forever. Amen. Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the light to see.
3. Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
4. Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai. Shaman, Zayat, Lamashach, Yashral.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
And to sing praises unto thy name.
And to sing praises unto thy name.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp.
And upon the harp.
With the solemn sound.
With the solemn sound.
For thou, Yahweh.
For thou, Yahweh.
Hast made me glad through thy work.
Hast made me glad through thy works.
I will triumph in the works.
I will triumph in the works
of thy hands.
Of thy hands.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
How great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither doth a fool understand this.
Neither does the fool understand this.
When the wicked spring as the grass.
When the wicked spring as the grass.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
But thou, Yahweh, art most high forevermore. For lo, thine enemies. O Yahweh, for lo, thine enemies shall perish. All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered. But my horn shalt thou exalt. Like the horn of a unicorn. I shall be anointed with fresh oil. Mine eye also shall see. My desire on my enemies. And my ears shall hear. My desire of the wicked that rise up against me. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of the Lord shall flourish in the courts of our power. They shall still bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be fat and flourishing. To show that the Lord is upright. He is my rock. And there is no unrighteousness in him. By Hashem Yahushua. Psalms 133. Shayar, Hama Iowa, La Duwad, Hana, Ma, Tawab, Wama, Na'ayam, Shabbat, Akim, Gum, Yachad, Hashamad, Hatawab, Ayo, Hara'ash, Yerad, Ayo, Hazakwan, Zakwan, Harad, Shayarad, Ayo, Hayat, Hanawat Yawan, Tatal, Ramwan, Shayarad, Ayo, Aroya, Zayawan, Hayat, Sham, Hazawat, Yahweh, Baraka, Hayaya, By Hashem Yahushua.
Psalms 133 in English. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life evermore. Amen.
Amen. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Okay. Yahweh Hashem Yashad. Yahweh, Hashem, Yahshad, Wachlau, Washroyim, Leviat, Support, Yahweh, Hashem, Yahshad, Wachlau, Washroyim, Leviat, Support, Yahweh, Hashem, Yahshad, Wachlau, Washroyim, Leviat, Support, Yahweh, Hashem, Yahshad, Wachlau, Washroyim, Leviat, Support. Run they hope, run they hope shot, run they hope, run they hope shot, all knowledge, all wisdom, all understanding, all love, all patience, all power from your house, all power from your house, all power from your house. By Hashem, Yahushua, Man.
Saluting out in the heavenly order. Yahweh, Wahal Shot, Wokai Sharov, Me'esh, Amatu, Rock, Top, turn for sisters. Sisters, please stand. Madam Honor Shabbat. Saluting out the daughters of Zion, Me'esh, Amatu, Rock,
Yashmatap, dismiss. Hola. All right, y'all. See y'all on Monday. We will have class on Monday, and we will not have class on Wednesday. Talk to y'all soon. Don't forget, the Day of Atonement is on Tuesday night. Shalom, y'all.